Some of the turning points of history just happen. Volcanoes erupt. Earthquakes, floods and fires destroy cities. But most of the turning points of history do not just happen.
This was their fighting talent.
They are the result of actions taken by people.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Fear itself.
They are the work of those who use power, ambition, belief to shape events. People are the authors of history.
It's the curious thing about history that we all understand the great currents matter. The institutions matter, geography matters, economics matters, what natural resources you have matters. But I do think there are moments in history when it really matters who's in power.
This is the story of the people who, holding or reaching for power, shaped our world. The titans of the 20th century. At the end of 1943, the greatest war the world has ever known had traveled more than halfway towards its climax. Millions were yet to die, but the tide turned at Midway, at El Alamein, and at Stalingrad was running at the flood. And three leaders tasting victory met at Tehran. Three titans posed for photographs outside the Soviet embassy. Yosef Vissarionovich Djougashvili, known as Stalin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and Winston Spencer Churchill.
That particular dynamic between Roosevelt, Stalin, and Churchill was, I think, very, very unusual.
Here and at the Yalta Conference in 1945, the Big Three will decide the fate of the world and its shape for decades to come.
Churchill did not like the use of the term the Big Three, Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill, because he knew, actually, that it was the Big Two and a Half.
3 or 2.5, they were center stage. But other colossal figures in China, in India, were waiting in the wings, while more main players in the unfolding drama were aligned in opposition. Adolf Hitler, Benito Mussolini, the Emperor Showa, known as Hirohito. They and Gandhi and Mao Zedong and Franco and Ho Chi Minh and many others were born in the age of empires. And they created a new map of the world. As our story starts, a world that endured for centuries had been smashed on the battlefields of the First World War. This was a world in which all the leading players had been born in the 19th century. Winston Churchill in 1874, Stalin in 1878, Roosevelt in 82, and Hitler in 89. Neville Chamberlain's birth year, 1869, was also the year in which Mohandas K. Gandhi was born. What they knew as children was a gaslit, horse-powered world. What they knew as adults was a war in which 65 million fought, 8.5 million were killed, and from which most, in Britain and her empire, almost 90%, came home. But not to a world that was gaslit and horse-drawn. In 1919, Churchill, Roosevelt, Stalin were already significant national figures. Others who will play a part in our story were completely unknown. In 1919, no one saw Benito Mussolini, an obscure journalist, as a future dictator.
Mussolini had fought in the war. He was lightly wounded in 1917, and so his war was shortened.
He was a young man from the provinces, not by any means totally poor in his background. The regime's propaganda would exaggerate his family's poverty.
Italy, though on the victorious side, had come away from the war with grievances. Sidelined, perhaps bullied is a better word, by her allies Britain and France at the peace settlement, she had, she claimed, been served a mutilated victory, and there was discontent and rising communism.
The Italians call the first 2 years after the First World War the 2 red years. And against this background, we see the gradual rise of a right-wing movement, the Fascist Party, led by Benito Mussolini.
He busied himself making a new newspaper because he'd been kicked out of the Socialist Party.
A paper called Il Popolo d'Italia, which was financed by rich landowners and by the French and the British secret services.
In November 1919, Mussolini made his first tilt at political office. He polled 4,796 votes. The Catholic Popolari received 70,000 and the Socialists 170,315. In his home village of Predapio, Mussolini did not receive a single vote. A little under 3 years later, he would be sworn in as Italy's Prime Minister. A rise to power that makes the ascent of Adolf Hitler seem positively lethargic. Mussolini's future Axis partner had fallen victim to a gas attack in 1918. In 1919, he remained in the army.
Biographers of Hitler always say that the army was really the only home he had ever had, at least since his childhood. It was the only place he was going to feel at home.
The army sent Hitler to conduct a political education course at a camp near Augsburg. He gave lectures on peace conditions and reconstruction and discovered that he was rather good at it.
He hadn't realized before just what skill he had as a public speaker. So that plus his passionate belief that Germany had been betrayed, they come together.
Following his success in the lecture room, Hitler was sent to report on a meeting of the German Workers' Party, where Hitler disagreed so violently with one of the speakers that he forgot his covert role, barking at the offended party who left in a huff. But Hitler made an impression. "We could use him," said party chairman Anton Drexler, a locksmith.
He was originally their PR man, and what he did essentially was emphasize posters, the meeting and the poster.
The thread running rampant through all the propaganda was that Germany had not lost the war on the battlefield, but had been betrayed at home.
A lot of what the Nazism he did comes across as a kind of protracted bratish whine. They were actually planting this idea of grievance and betrayal in the German people, and they did it very effectively.
The Italians and Germans were not alone in resenting the Versailles Agreement. At the signing ceremony, one delegation had stayed away: the Chinese.
The government that was negotiating for China at the Versailles Treaty was a weak and ineffectual government. When word of that weakness reached the Chinese people, you had mass demonstrations that are now known as the May 4th demonstrations.
The death of his father had called one future Titan home, away from the revolutionary action.
Mao actually was in his home province in Hunan, in Changsha, in the capital city, where he was teaching history. at a primary school.
So he misses the major event of his moment, which is the May 4th movement, which is the protest that happens after the publication of the Articles of the Versailles Treaty that most damagingly hand German-owned colonial territories over to Japan rather than handing them back to China.
In the post-war turmoil, every country, every titan faced the same choice: to go to the right or to the left. Mao, of course, would go left. Russia already had, and Joseph Stalin was a rising star in Soviet Communist Party ranks.
In May 1918, when arguably the country was at its most difficult time with starvation, Stalin is given the very important job of being chief food commissar in the South.
A man who would profoundly influence his country for much of the 20th century, not least by crushing communism, by going far right, was also gaining a reputation.
1919, Franco was beginning to be referred to in the Spanish press as el as de la legión, the ace of the Legion.
History seems to regard Francisco Franco as an almost comical entrant in the gallery of dictators. As we will learn, he was anything but. Few women during this period had the opportunity to make a mark entirely on their own. But some remarkable women, by any definition titans, exercised power alongside their powerful husbands.
1919 is such a crucial year for Eleanor Roosevelt. It's the beginning of a new phase of her relationship with FDR.
It was a new phase because in 1919 it seemed as though her marriage might be over.
She unpacks his bags and she finds his love letters to Lucy Mercer. And she says the bottom has fallen out of her life. There's an appeal to start over again, and they do.
In 1920, Adolf Hitler was out of the army. He'd found his gift for public speaking and saw himself as paving the way, perhaps for someone like Ludendorff, effectively the German army commander at the end of the World War.
He thought initially, you see, that he would simply be as he put it, a drummer for Ludendorff.
Hitler was looking for a leader himself. He wanted to be subordinate to someone grander. Hitler only gradually came to see himself as the Messiah.
Nietzsche, whose philosophy Hitler commandeered and corrupted, said, "Whoever can command will find those who must obey." And Hitler learned to effectively command.
He found that the short sentence worked very well with an audience that didn't want deep intellectual arguments. They wanted slogans.
Nur wenn ihr selbst im Vertrauen und in Zuversicht hinter uns tretet, kann das große Werk der Rettung unseres Volkes und aller selbst gelingen.
Italy, too, was beginning to feel the swagger of its man of destiny. Suffrage had been broadened in 1918 as a reward to the soldiers. The result was not a stable liberal government. It was an unstable shambles, which created an opportunity that was seized by the fasci.
Mussolini founds the fasci of defense and then the fasci of combat. And that's the first time that the word fascio, which comes of course from Latin, and it's a military term, it's about a protective move of soldiers, becomes associated with a movement, a street movement.
Mussolini formed his first band of squadristi to attack striking workers at Milan's Alfa Romeo factory in 1920, and power took to the streets. In an editorial in Popolo d'Italia in 1920, Mussolini wrote, "The Italian proletariat needs a bloodbath for its force to be renewed." Violence and instability continued in Soviet Russia. The Civil War would not end until 1922. At the 10th Communist Party Congress in 1921, there had been an indication of how backroom maneuvers were developing. In the election to the Central Committee, Leon Trotsky, founder of the Red Army, hero of the October Revolution, polled 10th, well below Joseph Stalin.
Stalin did all the boarding tasks in the party while everyone else was strutting on the stage, and suddenly they found he was in control, much to their horror, because he controlled appointments, he controlled recruitment, and so forth.
There were 14 unsuccessful candidates in the 1921 election. Between 1933 and 1942, 2 of them would die of natural causes, 1 would be assassinated, and 12 would be victims of the terror. Trotsky labeled Stalin the party's outstanding mediocrity.
Lenin had an extremely high opinion of him, which is why in 1922 he would make him General Secretary.
It was a decision that Lenin came to regret.
Lenin actually changes his mind about Stalin at one point. He would go on and criticize him after a row, saying he was too rude, that he was, just too much of a thug, really, to be a leader of the Bolshevik party.
But Stalin now had his fingers securely wrapped around the mechanism of the party machine. In 1921, having left politics following electoral defeat in 1920, Franklin D. Roosevelt faced his greatest challenge.
He cultivated an image of a playboy who liked the party, liked women other than his wife, Eleanor, was often seen in their company, and then personal catastrophe strikes in the form of polio.
He went for a swim off the coast of Canada, came back, was feeling very faint, and then was ill and lost the ability to move his legs.
I think people don't understand the extent of his paralysis and how much it hobbled him and how immobile he was and how much pain he had to endure.
The disability transformed his relationship with Eleanor and her role in the world.
She supported him and what he needed to do, and he supported her ability to speak out and organize.
By January of 1922, Gandhi, already universally recognized as Mahatma, Great Soul, was leading his followers along the path of satyagraha, non-cooperation. And more than 30,000 of them had been arrested.
This was really the creation of a new kind of political mobilization. And I think it was the message of Gandhi himself, traveling across India, the message of his, as it were, his lieutenants, like Nehru and Bose and others, who went back to their regions, spoke politics in their own regional languages, Gujarati, Tamil, Punjabi, Bengali, and took the message of Gandhi, took the message of Indian freedom out into the countryside and beyond the cities.
Non-cooperation runs from 1920 to 1922, and he suspends it very early in 1922 because of a small incident. To him, it's not small. In a small village called Chauri Chaura, a group of demonstrators who were chanting Gandhi's name have a brief encounter with the police. The encounter turns violent, and the police are killed. So Gandhi believes that he is personally responsible for unleashing this kind of sentiment, and he worries that that kind of thing will lead India to a dark place.
In March, Gandhi was arrested and sentenced to 6 years in prison on a charge of sedition, which is to say, of protesting against British rule. By May 1922, membership of the fascist movement in Italy had swollen beyond 300,000. In 1919, it had been less than 1,000. Power was no longer with the parliament. It was with the gangs of paramilitary thugs whose violence bullied peasants and townspeople into submission.
Mussolini's propaganda bills itself as the solution for the Red Threat.
Mussolini confessed, "Our program is simple. We want to govern Italy."
Then it's not all that wildly clear as to how the Duce's great and wonderful thoughts turn into fascist policy.
In 1922, his ambition was to be satisfied.
The king and the liberals thought that if they brought him into government as prime minister of a coalition, he would calm down. Famous last words.
It was the hollow threat of a violent coup that frightened the king.
He was a very timid personality, the king. His father had been assassinated by an anarchist in 1900, and this had affected him a great deal. His mother, Queen Margherita, was so popular that they named a pizza after her. A writer of the time, Giuseppe Borghese, said, when he appeared in a uniform, it always looked too large on him.
The coup never quite happened, but it's written up in history as the March on Rome.
The so-called March on Rome in October 1922. They don't really get there, but they march towards it. It rains heavily and the maps are poor. It's not quite clear whether the army's going to resist them. And in the end, the king summons Mussolini to become prime minister.
Then he took a train to Rome, and he had black shirts stationed outside the city, and then they flooded in, making the appearance of an armed insurrection. But in reality, this was a kind of add-on spectacle.
Mussolini had to make it appear that it was a great populist outpouring of rage, which just took control of the state in a coup d'etat. That's not the truth, of course.
And why do I insist on proclaiming that October was historically a revolution? Asked Mussolini. Because words have their own tremendous magic power, he answered. On November the 3rd, less than a week after the fanciful March on Rome, the journalist Hermann Esser told a packed Munich meeting, Germany's Mussolini is called Adolf Hitler. Hitler had taken over leadership of the Workers' Party, by now the National Socialist German Workers' Party, and set his course. It makes no difference whether they laugh at us or revile us, Hitler said. The main thing is that they mention us.
And Hitler said, people will believe what you tell them if you tell them in a strong enough way. He introduced the idea of the big lie.
Accusing Germany of failing to meet reparations payments, and as allowed under the peace settlement, French troops marched into the Ruhr on January the 11th, 1923. 2 weeks after the French move, on January the 25th, 1923, at the first Nazi Party Day, Hitler said that the betrayers of the German fatherland must be done away with. He shouted, Down with the perpetrators of the November crime. He was talking about those he dubbed the November criminals, the men who had sued for peace in 1918. In September, the world felt the first jolt of fascist aggression when the Italian Prime Minister sent his fleet to bombard and occupy the Ionian island of Corfu. Mussolini called the invasion peaceful and provisional. Of him, the British embassy in Rome noted that he was a mad dog who may do infinite harm before he's dispatched. A prominent Englishman disagreed.
Winston Churchill, of course, made that famous comment in the 1920s that had he been an Italian, a very important qualification, he would have been with Mussolini from beginning to end in his struggle against the bestial appetites and passions of Leninism.
Winston's wife concurred. When they met Il Duce in 1927, Clementine declared him one of the most wonderful men of our times.
He was a mesmeric character, Mussolini. And Churchill, too, became rather addicted to Mussolini when he met him.
Hitler, by 1923, was making up to 6 speeches a day to a country desperate for an answer. Joseph Addison, counselor at the British Embassy in Berlin, wrote that it was as if Germany was marching with giant strides towards something very unpleasant.
Hitler was very influenced by Mussolini's playbook, and in fact, in 1923, he had his beer hall putsch. It was supposed to be his march on power, and it failed.
On November the 9th, Hitler, Ludendorff, and 3,000 supporters marched through Munich. Their way was blocked by police, shots were fired, 21 people were killed, and Adolf Hitler's revolution ended as quickly as it had begun.
He underestimated the legalism of the German people. Germany had a very strong civic state ethos. Tying the coup is something you do in South America, not Germany.
He was arrested, imprisoned, treated more like a guest than a prisoner, and took the opportunity to write My Struggle, Mein Kampf.
Hitler's working with this prison library in Landsberg and copying large passages from other writers. So he's citing Homer and Cicero, he's citing the Bible extensively, as well as Nietzsche and Wagner, all the great and good.
Hitler, you see, was a serial plagiarist in everything he did. So the whole symbolic forms, the rituals, the dress, the signs were simply lifted.
Mein Kampf was published in over 1,000 separate editions during the lifespan of the Third Reich. 12.5 million copies were printed up to 1945, and that's in Germany alone.
He's self-conceived as a mountaintop visionary who doesn't give explicit orders, he gives visions. And you struggle to interpret that vision.
Time magazine was launched in 1923 and first anointed someone its Man of the Year in 1927, when the crown fell on Charles Lindbergh. In the years that concern us, the magazine anointed most of the titans. In 1930, it was Gandhi, Roosevelt in 32 and 34, Haile Selassie, Emperor of Abyssinia in 35, and the first woman in 1936, Mrs. Wallace Simpson, the person without whom the King of England could not live. In 1937, continuing to be unorthodox, Time crowned the married couple of the year, Chiang Kai-shek and Soon Mei-ling. In 1938, it was Hitler, Stalin in 1939, and Churchill in 1940. In 1941, Roosevelt for the third time, and the following year, Stalin for the second time. In 1944, Eisenhower, he would appear again in 1959, Harry Truman in 1948, and in 1949 a second cover for Winston Churchill. In March 1924, Winston Churchill offered himself to the voters as an independent anti-socialist candidate. He was defeated. In October, he tried again, now as a constitutionalist. And this time, he was elected.
Churchill was avid for power. He hated being out of office. He saw keeping hold of the British Empire as absolutely crucial. Otherwise, Britain would be relegated to a position of being like Sweden or Belgium or one of these sort of inferior continental countries.
In November, when to everyone's surprise, not least his own, he was appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer, Winston had a chauffeur-driven Rolls-Royce, 24 servants, champagne with every meal, and pink silk underwear.
Churchill's father had been Chancellor of the Exchequer, and he'd made a great fuss about the decimal points, which he called those damn dots. And Churchill didn't have much more of a clue about those damn dots than his father had.
Lady Churchill admitted of her husband that he knows nothing of the life of ordinary people. He's never been in a bus, she said. Events in the Soviet Union, linked as they were to the health of Vladimir Lenin, were moving towards a sort of climax.
If you look to Lenin's so-called testament as an indication of who Lenin wanted to succeed him, you very quickly come to the conclusion that Lenin didn't want anyone to succeed him.
In 1924, Trotsky wrote, "He is needed by all of them, all the sneaks that are crawling out of the upturned soil of the revolution. Stalin will become the dictator of the USSR." When Lenin died on January the 21st, 1924, an immortalization commission was set up, which, in contravention of his widow's wishes, decided to mummify the leader. He remains on display almost a century later.
If you look at photographs of Hitler and Stalin at party rallies in the 1920s, Stalin you will see cross-legged on the floor, sitting with the delegates around them, with his pipe out, chuckling and talking to people. Hitler is on a podium with everybody looking up at him. I think they probably wanted to see each other that way, and to some extent it does reflect something that was actually in their psyche.
On the 20th of December, Hitler was released from prison. He still had 333 days of his sentence to serve.
He comes out not a changed man in terms of his ideas and his hopes and his policies, but in terms of the technique. He gives up on the idea of a violent takeover, and instead he tells his party, we do it the constitutional way.
Goebbels, along with many others, said, "Is this the Führer we have been looking for? Or is this the Führer who is born to lead?"
In Spain, the title they would fashion for their dictator was Caudillo, and the man who would don that cloak was very much on the move.
He rose to colonel very, very quickly. And in fact, by the mid-20s, he was a brigadier general. But that was the great myth. Franco's youngest general since Napoleon.
In China, too, a military man was displaying rare ambition, which is how many titans are made.
When Sun Yat-sen died, Chiang Kai-shek was the senior military leader within the Kuomintang hierarchy.
Sun Yat-sen had founded the nationalist Kuomintang Party in 1911 and been the young republic's first provisional president. His death left a power vacuum and a widow named Sung Ching-ling.
At some point in the 1920s, Chiang Kai-shek could see the legacy of Sun Yat-sen, his own position as the military leader, and the wealth and political contacts of the Sung family as being a wonderful triangle.
There were three sisters in the powerful Sung family. Sun Yat-sen's widow was the eldest, and Mei Ling the youngest. She will enter our story when she becomes Madame Chiang Kai-shek.
But Chiang Kai-shek would then use his control over the military to seize leadership of the Kuomintang within a year or two.
In the Italian election of April 1924, Mussolini's bloc, by now dominated by the Fascists, won 375 of the 535 seats. They garnered more than 50% of the vote in the north of Italy, 70% in the centre, and 81% in the south.
The fondness for dictatorship in Europe starts with Benito Mussolini when he becomes first Prime Minister in October 1922 and then actually fully fledged dictator in January 1925.
We think that strongmen leaders are evil geniuses who have everything worked out ahead of time. In reality, especially with Mussolini, who was the first one, there was no template for this. There was no template for destroying democracy.
In a speech in the chamber on January the 3rd, 1925, Mussolini dissolved the parliament and effectively declared himself dictator of Italy. Churchill, as Chancellor, could not understand the briefings he received from his own bureaucrats. If they were soldiers or generals, I would understand what they were talking about, he said. As it is, they all talk Persian. On April 28, 1925, he delivered the budget speech and, according to his own assessment, made the greatest mistake of his life.
He took the wrong advice, returning Britain to the gold standard, largely as an expression of political virility. You know, he wanted the pound to be strong, and he didn't get that right.
In 1925, Hitler commissioned his photographer, Heinrich Hoffmann, to take a series of posed portraits of him gesticulating, perhaps to illustrate his virility.
He trained himself in the secrets of his room sometimes in gestures, hand gestures, head movement, but more specifically, of course, in terms of how he expressed himself verbally.
He jumps to his feet. There he is, shakes my hand like an old friend. And those big blue eyes like stars. He is glad to see me. I am in heaven. So wrote Joseph Goebbels in his diary. It was November 1925, and he had just met Adolf Hitler. In 1923, there had been only 71 Nazi groups outside of Bavaria. In 1925, there were 262, following the man who declared in Mein Kampf that Germany would either be a world power or cease to be. On July 4th, 1926, Chiang Kai-shek announced the Northern Expedition, aimed at unifying China, then fragmented with numerous warlords, under a central government, his government.
Amongst the warlords who joined the revolution and provided the main military forces for the Northern Expedition, Chiang Kai-shek was one who was able to unite the rest more effectively than anybody else.
And by combining political training, much of which actually came from the Soviets, along with building up his own constituency in the emergent nationalist military, he found himself a combination of political and military strength that enabled him to reunite large parts of China under his rule.
And this is one of those very little written about campaigns, but is quite extraordinary because there was this army which was not given much of a chance against the big warlords, made its way as far as the Yangtze, took Nanjing, the southern capital of the empire as it had been, and then Shanghai, which was the treasure chest of China.
At the end of 1926, at the 15th Party Congress, Stalin attacked what he identified as the United Opposition, and Zinoviev and Kamenev and Trotsky must have heard the clock ticking. Within a year, they would be expelled from the party. Trotsky would be exiled, and Stalin's grip would have grown more vice-like. In America, an army officer graduated in a class of 245 from the Command and General Staff School in 1926. He came first. His name was Dwight D. Eisenhower. 1927 was a year of activity across our landscape. With Franco,
the colonial infantry, the so-called Africanistas, are absolutely brutal. And the most famous of the Africanistas is Francisco Franco.
He was commander-in-chief of what was the most important and powerful military force on the nationalist side, which was the Army of Africa.
In the Soviet Union,
one of the things that helped Stalin's rise to power in 1927 is a major war scare, where the top Bolsheviks are convinced that a war with Britain is coming.
And in China.
By 1927, when Mei Ling marries Chiang Kai-shek, the Sung family were hitching their fortunes to a military strongman.
Sung Mei Ling, the youngest of the three Sung sisters, was destined to make headlines and enter the history books as Madame Chiang.
We in China want a better world, and we must have it.
Chiang Kai-shek was very clear early on that he would not allow his communist allies to become rivals. And therefore, when he had come to power in 1927, he brutally turned on his communist allies, first in the city of Shanghai and then in Canton.
On April the 12th, and behind the declaration that the Chinese Revolution must free itself of Russian influence, Chiang launched his anti-communist purge.
Chiang Kai-shek calls for an absolute massacre, and so everybody comes out on the streets and they are mowed down.
The Chinese Communist Party was forced into a few strongholds, Soviets, in rural areas.
And that's where Mao Zedong talked, debated, and frankly fought with fellow communists to try and work out what would be the next path forward.
Mao starts to articulate the philosophy that will become the gospel of his revolution and be promoted to this day as Mao Zedong thought.
His very famous 1927 report on the Hunan peasant movement, that he writes, look at the peasants. The peasants are the key to an actual revolution.
In Moscow, the Party Congress ratified Stalin's grip on power and launched the first 5-year plan, which would devastate the peasants. We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries, Stalin said. We must make good this lag or they will crush us. In 1928, a man destined to stand as tall as any Titan was about to re-enter public life. Franklin Roosevelt found relief from his condition in Warm Springs, Georgia, and by 1928 was ready to re-enter public life.
And actually, it was Eleanor Roosevelt who had a big influence on convincing him to go ahead and run in 1928.
They become a powerful team, and she becomes his helpmeet in a way she had never been before, and that is about getting back into politics. And that means much greater involvement in politics for her.
FDR nominated for governor of New York.
And so he traveled from county to county, incredibly extensive and grueling campaign. And he would be in the backseat of a car. He had an iron bar attached to the front seat. He would pull himself up, lock his braces into place. People would gather around and he'd say, "Do I look like a man who's not healthy enough to be governor of the state of New York?"
The voters clearly thought he looked fit enough. On November the 6th, Roosevelt was elected governor. Japanese troops, in occupation of enclaves in China under treaty terms, made a move in 1928 which their government failed to support.
1928年に日本陸軍は満州の張作霖というですね、支配者を暗殺して、その機に満州を占領しようとしたんです。ところが天皇や政府から命令が出るのを待ってるうちに結局機を逃してしまうんですね。ですから1931年関東軍はその時の失敗に懲りて本国から命令が出ようと出まいと。
The Emperor Showa had not long been on the throne. In 1921, as Crown Prince Hirohito, he had sailed from his homeland to see the world. He became the first of his rank to travel abroad.
とにかく次の天皇が立派になってくれるように、やはり世界の大国にふさわしい君主になってくれるように、ヨーロッパを視察して、特にイギリスの国王からですね、随分多くのことを学んだというふうに言われています。一つのモデルですね、昭和天皇が自分が君主としてジョージ5世のごとくありたいというふうにどうも考えたようです。
After 6 months visiting Britain, the Netherlands, France, the 3 most significant colonial powers in Asia, Hirohito returned home to become regent due to his father's illness. In 1926, he became Emperor Showa.
あまり軍人的じゃないんです。昔からの天皇というのはどちらかというと非常に公家的っていうんですかね、貴族であまり軍事に関わったりしなくて和歌を読んだりとか、そういう非常に文化的な存在だったんですね。ところが明治天皇からそういう軍人天皇という性格が強まって、一番その頂点にいるのが昭和天皇。
In 1931, Japan's army in China again moved to invade Manchuria. How would the young Titan on the chrysanthemum throne react? Perhaps the Titan in the Kremlin or the Titan with the swastika would make the first move. Or perhaps, in the year to come, 1929, the move would be made for them. On Wall Street. Some of the turning points of history just happen. Volcanoes erupt. Earthquakes, floods and fires destroy cities. But most of the turning points of history do not just happen.
This was their final hour.
They are the result of actions taken by people.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
They are the work of those who use power, ambition, belief to shape events. People are the authors of history.
It's the curious thing about history that we all understand the great currents matter. The institutions matter, geography matters, economics matters, what natural resources you have matters. But I do think there are moments in history when it really matters who's in power.
This is the story of the people who, holding or reaching for power, shaped our world. The titans of the 20th century. (1929) was ushered in with Auld Lang Syne or another local tradition. Ordinary people and titans alike raised their glasses, but everything they knew was about to be changed forever. Some brief brackets of years deserve to be termed decisive. The short span that includes the crash on Wall Street, the start of the Great Depression, the election of the greatest American president of the modern era, and the arrival on the threshold of complete power of the German Führer.
Zara Steiner, the great historian at Cambridge, calls the period from 1929, when the Wall Street crash happened, to 1933, which really was the height of the Great Depression and the hinge years. And I think she's really right. These are the years that make things different.
The events of the hinge years, promoting titans into the spotlight, transformed Europe. In 1929, Mussolini was Italian Prime Minister. He was also head of 8 ministries and was, according to Pope Pius XI, the man whom Providence has sent us.
He eventually succeeds in 1929 in signing an agreement with the Pope, which effectively says the Pope won't resist Mussolini's political power, but Mussolini would at the same time respect the Pope.
Well, the Lateran Pacts essentially end a 50-year Cold War between the institutions of the Italian nation-state and the Vatican.
In a referendum on March 24th, more than 8.5 million Italians voted yes in support of the regime. Only 135,000 voted no.
Fascist Italy was constructed as an act of illusion, a series of mirrors. It was a stage set.
Italy was not alone in living an illusion. Just before he died in October 1929, German Chancellor Gustav Stresemann said, "The economic position is only flourishing on the surface. Germany is in fact dancing on a volcano." And not just Germany. On the 23rd of October, the Chrysler Building's stainless steel spire was fitted. On the 24th, Black Thursday, 3 weeks after Stresemann's death, financiers poured millions in to try and arrest the stock market slide. They failed.
You had this ruinous collapse in confidence in the stock market. That eventually triggered the whole depression.
Newly elected President Herbert Hoover put the crash down to unwarranted pessimism and fear. FDR, the man who will replace Hoover in the White House, is at this moment governor of New York.
He started giving radio talks as governor. So many of the programs that we associate with his presidency and techniques that he used to govern, he tried out as governor.
Roosevelt was on his way. Joseph Stalin was already in charge, and the 21st of December 1929 was his 50th birthday.
So there's like daily Politburo meetings with probably 240 items on the agenda. And Stalin appeared to be across most of these.
He went through the files he was sent, often scrawling on them in the margins with his blue crayon.
He seemed to be an absolute master rewriter. He was often the quickest person who could put into written form the compromise solution of what everybody wanted.
In 1929, the Red Army had 90 tanks. 4 years later, it would have 4,700. This increase in armaments was part of the industrialization of the Soviet Union, part of the central planning that came at huge cost, particularly in agriculture.
In 1929 and 1933, the Bolsheviks forced the peasants into collective farms, which were run and controlled by the state. They have to surrender most of their cattle, most of their machinery to the collective farm.
For a time, the focus returns to India and to one of the great PR exercises.
Gandhi was really a genius of manipulating mass media, if you like. He was a genius of speaking to many different audiences. And you see this very clearly in the Salt Satyagraha of 1930.
The salt tax cost the average Indian at most 15 cents a year. But salt was an essential of life, and the British rule, the Raj, had the monopoly.
Salt was something that every Indian household recognized. So it was something that immediately connected the cause with everyday life for Indians. So he goes on this 200-mile march from his ashram in Ahmedabad in Western India down to the sea. It's a fantastic piece of political drama. And then his stroke of real media genius was that he invited foreign film crews to follow him and film him on this march.
In rousing popular support, the march was a success. In stirring government, it was a failure. Gandhi was getting under the skin of the British, particularly of a man of limited influence who would, before our story ends, have become one of the very grandest of the Titans.
Churchill famously said, India is no more a nation than the equator, that it had no meaning as a nation. And so he completely dismissed Indian nationalism.
Great mismanagement and weakness are causing unrest to 300 million primitive people whose well-being is in our care.
He saw the movement of Gandhi to get freedom and get independence as something deeply subversive to what he regarded as civilization.
In the Soviet Union, by 1930, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin, Trotsky, and Rykov were all gone. 80% of Soviet village churches had been closed. Stalin was in charge, and Soviet society was being remade, but not without pain. 1,000 incidents of rural violence throughout the Soviet Union were officially reported in 1928. 13,794 in 1930. They were objecting to coercion.
Collectivization has been presented by some people as kind of an all-out war against the peasantry. Campaigns of soldiers, groups of secret policemen sent in to compel people to join a collective farm.
On September the 14th, 1930, The Nazi breakthrough election was held in Germany.
And it's only really after 1930 that Hitler really registers on the radar.
The Nazis climbed the ladder to second largest party in the Reichstag. Roughly a quarter of those who voted Nazi had never voted before.
The Nazis very cleverly appealed to the nation and said, you know, we are a party in favor of the national community. That was the slogan they used, the Volksgemeinschaft. So they were appealing and saying, we are the national party.
Deutsches Volk und das Vaterland, die Bewegung, die beides einmal retten muss.
I'll see to it that prices remain stable, Hitler said in 1930. That's what my stormtroopers are for.
There are no concrete measures for implementing these policies. It's all about, a general sense of vision.
He had his casting directors, but fundamentally it was him. He was the messianic leader. So leader and message were the same thing. Generally, his principles, the supremacy of the Nordic Aryan race. Also that the Jews and the plutocrats together would destroy Germandom. Those are the constants. They're always there. They form his thinking.
As many as 34,000 National Socialist meetings took place during the election campaign. No other party got close. After the brief military dictatorship of Primo de Rivera, Spain in 1931 held elections that were effectively a plebiscite on royal rule.
On the 12th of April 1931, there were municipal elections, which was part of a scaled return to some kind of constitutional government after the military dictatorship, which with Alfonso XIII's approval had ruled Spain since 1923.
The elections decided that a better life would present itself if the king went away, and Alfonso XIII departed, noiselessly into exile.
It was a runaway victory for Republican parties.
Dolores Ibarruri, La Pasionaria, became editor of the left-wing Mundo Obrero in 1931. She was also arrested as the reaction of the conservative establishment stiffened. One priest, not untypically, suggested that Spain should be prepared to fight a civil war before we tolerate the separation of church and state.
There were lots of machinations. Would it be possible to use the army? And in the end, a number of key generals said the slaughter would be beyond anything we are prepared to take responsibility for. And Franco was one of those.
Franco, of course, would change his mind.
On his deathbed, Alfonso XIII, who had thought, as many, many people on the right did in Spain, that the point of the civil war was to restore the monarchy, Alfonso XIII said of Franco, "He betrayed me at every turn."
With titans, it seems always to be personal. He betrayed me. Mussolini is always right. Stalin was the sun, and Gandhi the great soul. Then there was the furor.
The word furor was really coined for him by Dr. Goebbels, but he embraced it. The idea is that you get away from democratic norms because the focus is leadership.
And there's also a providential element that comes into Hitler's language. That he's the man of providence, sent by God, sent by providence to lead the people.
Something happened in 1931, which could have derailed Hitler before he took power. On September 21st, the Münchener Post reported that Hitler's niece had been found shot with Hitler's gun in her hand, that her nose was broken, and regarding this mysterious affair, the Post continued, Informed sources tell us that on Friday, Herr Hitler and his niece had another fierce quarrel. In a statement published in the Post, Hitler denied everything, and it all blew over, and 42-year-old Adolf Hitler began to see more of 17-year-old Eva Braun, who would herself attempt suicide in 1932, the year in which Nadezhda Alliluyeva killed herself, widowing Joseph Stalin. It can be dangerous to get close to a titan. In September 1931, a bomb exploded alongside the South Manchurian Railway. The blast was the first bomb of a long war. The last would drop on Nagasaki on August 9th, 1945.
日露戦争の時に満州の権益を日本が獲得して、そういう満州権益も含めてそういう植民地を権益を取り戻そうという動きが出てきました。日本が満州に持っていたいろいろな権益を返せという動きが高まってきたわけです。日本はそうした中国側の動きの先手を取る形で満州の武力占領に打って出ました。
Extending Japan's territory beyond the borders of its concession by a full-scale invasion of Manchuria doubled the size of the Japanese empire.
The Japanese military move into Manchuria in 1931 in defiance of orders from their own civilian government.
It had been planned by two relatively junior officers, but within the space of about 5 to 10 days, they managed to occupy large parts of a region that is about the size of France and Germany combined.
天皇はこの関東軍のやりすぎを大変心配していました。ところが結果的にその満州を占領してしまうとそれを褒めるんですね。
On September 22nd, 1931, the American minister in China sent a telegram to the Secretary of State. It is my conviction, he wrote, that the steps taken in Manchuria must fall within any definition of war.
The Japanese invasion completely changed the geopolitical landscape of China.
The threat of full-scale war as the Japanese extended their influence in northern China, that created, I think, a pretty widespread feeling that the Chinese should stand together.
But not yet to the extent that Mao Zedong and Chiang Kai-shek had stopped fighting each other. Elsewhere, it was economics that was transforming the landscape.
This was the period of the means test and the dole, and the slag heaps and the rotting cranes and the Jarrow hunger marches.
As Chancellor, Winston Churchill had disastrously returned Britain to the gold standard. On September 21st, 1931, Britain went off the gold standard. By December, the pound had fallen by 30%, and the cost of unemployment benefits had risen from £12 million in 1928 to £125 million in 1931. Leadership was required. Were the Titans the right men?
You look at the 1920s and you think, there were some good leaders there. There was Briand in France. There was Stresemann in Germany. And you look at the disappearance of those people from the scene. And you look at who is actually in power when a real crisis hits the world. And the real crisis that hits the world in this period is the Great Depression.
When Mahatma Gandhi sailed for London in August 1931 to attend the Round Table Conference on the future of colonial India, he was probably as famous as any person in the world. The Italian educator, Maria Montessori, wrote, "Everybody knows him, even the smallest child. Everyone exclaims in his own language, 'That is Gandhi. Everyone except Churchill, who, opposing the conference, called Gandhi a seditious Middle Temple lawyer now posing as a fakir of a type well known in the East. On December 10th, Gandhi spoke in Geneva.
I regard myself as a soldier, though a soldier of peace.
Gandhi's quite a big presence at the League of Nations. There's no accident there's a great big statue of him in the gardens of the Palais des Nations.
We have resorted to means that are scrupulously non-violent and peaceful, said Gandhi in his speech. And strangers have testified, and I am here to give my testimony, that in a great measure we seem to have succeeded in attaining our goal. He exaggerated. Some titans have a towering but local presence. Charles de Gaulle, for example, who in 1932 began work on his third book, Towards a Professional Army, which would confirm his ascendancy. And in Hong Kong, Ho Chi Minh was arrested by the British and jailed for 2 years. That's how revolutionaries are made. A man whose local influence was at least as intense was sentenced to death for his role in the Easter Uprising, commuted to life in prison and freed under the amnesty. In 1932, he attained high office.
Eamon de Valera was an austere and schoolmasterly figure, but he was a brilliant politician, and in many ways he becomes the dominant figure in Irish politics when he is elected Premier in 1932. And the Ireland that you see for the next 30 years is the Ireland that has been created by Eamon de Valera.
The Emperor Hirohito survived an assassination attempt by a Korean nationalist in January 1932. The Japanese Prime Minister, Inukai Tsuyoshi, offered his resignation because of the security lapse. It was not accepted. On May 15th, young Navy officers assassinated the Prime Minister. His offense was a reluctance to recognize Japanese possession of Manchuria.
この犬飼内閣の崩壊によって戦前における日本の政党政治というのがですね、もう途絶えてしまいました。つまり国民の怒りはですね、政党政治に向いていたんですね。その経済恐慌によるその被害というのを食い止められない政党政治に対して多くの国民が怒っていた。ですから意外にですね、その暗殺した人たちに対して国民は同情的だったんです。
It is quite difficult to write Japanese history as the history of great men, because in my view it is institutions, it is social structures that are much better explainers of why things tended to evolve.
From May 1932, civilian politicians were confined to minor roles in Japanese cabinets. Unsurprisingly, military expenditure began to climb. By 1938, it was 12 times what it had been in 1931.
日本の中で愛国心が高まって陸軍の行動を熱狂的に支持していくようになりました。
In 1933, Japan would quit the League of Nations, and a figure who will become prominent in our story moved to the front, Hideki Tojo.
東條という人はですね、当時の陸軍を非常にうまくコントロールしていました。ですから戦争にもしなったとすれば、東條を中心に陸軍は団結するでしょうし。
Dwight D. Eisenhower makes a brief and controversial appearance at the end of July. when President Hoover sends troops to disperse several thousand First World War veterans assembled in Washington to demand payment of the war service bonus. Chief of Staff General Douglas MacArthur led the 12th Infantry Regiment, the 3rd Cavalry Regiment containing 6 Renault tanks was commanded by Major George S. Patton. Eisenhower, MacArthur's junior aide, remembered telling, "That dumb son of a bitch not to go down there. I told him it was no place for the Chief of Staff." The action was the final nail in Hoover's coffin.
Was this the American dream? Had this come to an end? The need for strong executive leadership was as great as it's been in just a few times in American history.
His opponent for the 1932 presidential campaign had as his signature tune, "Happy Days Are Here Again." His name was Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
His health wasn't an issue in 1932 when he ran for president, but he was very good at dispelling those concerns.
Roosevelt swept Hoover aside in the most one-sided election since Lincoln's victory in 1864. FDR's response was, in many ways, to remake America. It was called the New Deal.
You've been told that things may be worse if I'm elected to office. But on the other hand, remember that things might have been a whole lot better.
He gives off the impression in the 1930s when he's running for president and once he's elected that nothing can scare him. He's seen the worst. The ability that gives him to empathize with others who are going through hardship and to recognize, to experience hardship is often not of one's own making or one's own fault, and that one needs assistance. This is what makes him the extraordinary man he became.
As the votes for FDR were tallied, America was in a desperate state.
Over 11,000 banks had gone under between 1929 and 1933. The country was in a complete financial paralysis.
Elected in November 1932, Roosevelt would be sworn in and take office in March 1933.
Look, my friend, like a real landslide this time.
Two elections were held in Germany in 1932, the first for president and the second for the Reichstag. Hitler contested both. He was defeated in the presidential election by Hindenburg. He got nearly 13.5 million votes in the second round, but that was only 36% against the old man's 53. Paul Ludwig Hans Anton von Benckendorf und von Hindenburg was born in 1847.
Hindenburg absolutely did not want to run for re-election in 1932. He was in his mid-80s. But the thing was, his chancellor at that time, Heinrich Brüning, understood that if Hindenburg didn't run, Hitler probably would, and Hitler would stand a very good chance of getting elected president.
Unser Reichspräsident, General Feldmarschall von Hindenburg, hoch!
In the federal election in July, a swing to the Nazis made them the largest single party. An electoral success that owed a great deal to the party's chief propagandist, Joseph Goebbels.
Goebbels played an enormous part, I think absolutely central part, in generating this terrific sense of momentum. And by 1931-32, he was creating this sense that the party was on some sort of unstoppable process.
Können uns unterdrücken, sie können uns meinetwegen töten, kapitulieren werden wir nicht.
In 1932, he was using the aeroplane so that he could speak in 4 or 5 places in the same day. They simply outpaced all of the other parties.
Zwei oder drei Monate vergangen sind, wird euer Terror beseitigt sein. So wahr wir Nationalsozialisten.
Electoral success revealed the Nazis to be, in Richard J. Evans' phrase, a rainbow coalition of the discontented. But their vote was not overwhelming, and we won't get an absolute majority this way, Goebbels confided to his diary. In Italy, of course, the leadership cult was already firmly established with Mussolini.
He had a cult of personality, and one of its roles was to make sure people thought he had charisma. He was said to be able to cure infertility, to stop the mountains from crumbling.
Mussolini claimed that his policies, though he did not always clearly articulate what they were, would ensure the moral and material grandeur of the Italian people.
Fascism wasn't a dogma. It was a dynamic. It was a form of activism, and that was really what counted as far as the populace of Italy was concerned, and it was broadcast.
The policies were, Mussolini carefully explained, aristocratic and democratic, conservative and progressive, reactionary and revolutionary.
A lot of foreign commentators will come up with the view that Mussolini is a dictator and dictators are really not very nice. But on the other hand, the Italians are a hopeless, disorganized people. And you might as well have a dictator there.
The orchestrated elevation of Stalin beyond the horizon of mere humanity cranked into overdrive in 1932.
He wasn't a great speaker, but he could write drafts.
Well, I think Stalin did have an underlying philosophy. But of course, I think he also enjoyed power. It gets very entangled, doesn't it? I mean, you have a vision of what you want to do and you think you're the only person who can do it.
Alexander Woolcott, writing from Moscow in 1932, noted, "I have been here long enough to learn what the major industry of Soviet Russia is. It is printing pictures of Stalin." What Stalin seemed unable to solve was the general failure of collectivization.
They did collectivize, which I think was a very risky thing because they did this very rapidly as a kind of police operation.
Politburo document number 93 of December 6th called upon all collective and private farmers who are honest and dedicated to Soviet rule to organize all their efforts for a merciless struggle against kulaks.
The problem with this term about kulak is, how do you define a kulak? How do you work out who a kulak was?
That was partly a question of local popularity, who resisted the most, who it was convenient to find, as the example to be made.
It wasn't always easy to spot who this rich class of peasant were. You could easily become labelled a kulak by just having 2 cows instead of the average one. That hardly makes you a major capitalist, right?
The hinge swings. A year of destiny dawns. In 1933, Hitler and Roosevelt will join Mussolini and Stalin as titans in power. Shots had been fired at the president-elect on February 15th by an unemployed bricklayer, Giuseppe Joe Zangara.
Roosevelt is traveling around Florida with Anton Cermak, the mayor of Chicago, who had been extraordinarily helpful during the campaign. And out of the crowd, an assassin emerges not more than 10 feet away from Roosevelt in an open car.
Then above the mayhem, a voice could be heard loud and clear. "I'm all right," Roosevelt shouted. "I'm all right."
Thank God the assassin was a terrible shot, fires 6 to 8 shots, all of which miss Roosevelt. But they kill Cermak.
Chief Justice Charles Evans Hughes administered the oath on a Dutch Bible which had been in the Roosevelt family for 300 years.
The Constitution of the United States, so help me God.
1933 inaugural address. That morning, the New York Stock Exchange had closed.
This is the time to speak the truth frankly and boldly.
The line that he's the most famous for is, "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself." But the line that got the greatest applause was, "This nation is calling for action and action now."
And by the time that Roosevelt takes office, the banks have collapsed. Unemployment is at unimaginable levels.
FDR's first action as president was to close the banks until March 9th.
He called for a temporary bank holiday until Congress could convene to pass an emergency banking bill. When that bill passed a few days later, it passed on a voice vote, and that really sparked the 100 days.
The first 100 days is just an extraordinary period in American history. We get the passage of 15 major pieces of legislation. It's just unheard of.
In 1932, there were about 20 million radio receivers in the world. 16 million of them were in the USA. On Sunday, March 12th, Roosevelt began the first of his radio broadcast fireside chats. With my friends, I want to talk for a few minutes with the people of the United States about banking.
And here you see you don't have a massive number of competing channels or anything like that. When Roosevelt addresses the nation, all of the nation listens. And this is how he talked them softly through the horrors of the Great Depression.
And it is my belief that hoarding during the past week has become an exceedingly unfashionable pastime.
60 million people were listening, including the humorist Will Rogers, who said the president had taken the subject of banking and made everyone understand it, even the bankers.
So although we're used to thinking of the fireside chats as these major moments of presidential leadership, there are surprisingly few. So he would ration them so that people would actually tune on. The president must have something important to say.
You must not be stampeded by rumors or guesses. Let us unite in banishing fear.
The day after the president's speech, Americans were queuing to put their money back where their president promised them it would be safe. 2 days later, the New York Stock Exchange reopened after a 10-day hiatus, and the Dow leapt 15%, the largest single-day rise in its history. The Stock Exchange ticker tape signed off with the words, "Happy days are here again." By April, more than $1 billion had been pulled out of socks, jars, from under mattresses and floorboards and put back in the banks. About 450,000 Americans wrote to their new president in his first week in office. During Hoover's presidency, one person worked in the White House mailroom. For FDR, the staff had to be increased to 70. When the world gathered for an economic conference that summer, FDR scuttled the initiative with what has come to be known as his bombshell message. He made it plain that fixing the national economy took precedence over an international arrangement.
If you've got 1/3 of your population out of work, you don't have money or time or energy or interest left to build a navy, to build an army, to worry too much about foreign affairs.
The British economist John Maynard Keynes said that Roosevelt was magnificently right. But the alternatives to joint action included Nazism, fascism, and Japanese militarism.
So the tragedy of the World Economic Conference is that the three major democratic powers aren't able to do an economic and a financial deal. The Americans had hoped to do a trade deal with the British, and the British don't want to do the deal. Neville Chamberlain, who's the Chancellor of the Exchequer at the World Economic Conference, he's the one that Roosevelt blames for this bust-up. Until Chamberlain leaves as Prime Minister, they have very difficult relations all the way through the 1930s.
In July 1932, Hitler had been denied the chancellorship by the Reich president.
There were several occasions in 1932 when Hindenburg was presented with the idea of naming Hitler as chancellor and refused to do so, and it really comes back to the utter contempt that someone in his position had for what he saw as this vulgar, lower-class upstart.
5 months later, and with Nazi support dwindling, in the November election a swing against them of more than 4% had been recorded, Hindenburg relented.
I don't think Hindenburg thought about reasoning with Hitler. I don't think Hindenburg thought about reasoning with anybody. He did ultimately come to the conclusion that he could give Hitler orders. And finally, at the end, in late January 1933, that proved to be enough.
If you look at how Hitler actually got into power, it was a result of human error. But it was for the people around President Hindenburg, his son among them, who felt they could use Hitler and use the Nazis. Of course, the fatal mistake they made was not to understand that Hitler was thinking exactly the same thing.
Hindenburg's chancellor, Franz Joseph Hermann Michael Maria von Papen zu Koningen, had been born into nobility and wealth.
Nicht als Parteimann, sondern als Deutscher bin ich seinem Rufe gefolgt.
So with von Papen, just like with Hindenburg, there's a lot of sort of aristocratic pride and arrogance. Hitler almost certainly had nothing but contempt for von Papen. To be honest, Papen deserved little more than contempt.
After the election, cunningly as they thought, Hindenburg and his circle invited Hitler to become chancellor. And within 2 months, Papen said, we will have pushed Hitler so far into a corner that he will squeak.
And it's no accident, I think, that when the Weimar Republic ended in 1933, it ended through a small conspiracy by those conservative elites.
At 11:30 on the morning of Monday, January 30th, 1933, one of those rare dates that divides history, President Paul von Hindenburg administered the oath of office, installing Adolf Hitler as Chancellor.
So the moment in which he becomes Chancellor of Germany in 1933 would be a good candidate for the most important historical moment of the 20th century.
Barely a month later, just after midnight on the evening of 27th February 1933, passers-by saw flames beginning to light up the interior of the Reichstag. Arriving on the scene, Hitler confided in Sefton Delmer, reporting for the London Daily Express, "You are now witnessing the beginning of a great new epoch in German history, Herr Delmer." The next morning, the cabinet, which had a non-Nazi majority, met to draw up an emergency decree that abrogated civil liberties across Germany.
The decree, which is passed following the Reichstag fire, basically allows his Reich government to take over state governments, and the state governments were one of the possible sources of resistance, which Hitler then wipes out.
Goebbels' Reichsministry for Popular Culture and Propaganda was formally launched on March 13th, 1933.
He established in 1933 the so-called Reich Chamber of Culture, with the aim of trying to control and coordinate and support and sponsor German culture.
On March the 23rd, the Enabling Act gave Hitler dictatorial powers.
The SA and the SS were given sort of free run to deal with the left. So they arrested the socialist and communist leaders.
The first concentration camp, intended for Communist Party functionaries, was set up on March 22nd outside a town named Dachau.
There were a lot of concentration camps in the spring of 1933, and these were often simply cellars somewhere or derelict factories which they used to hold these people and beat them up.
Hitler's only been in power not even 2 months yet at that point, and he's already maneuvered himself out of this limited position he was in. He's already broken out of the box. He's already basically got dictatorial power in his hands.
On March 5th, 1933, before striding onto the stage at the Berlin Sports Palace, Adolf Hitler had told Cornelius Vanderbilt Jr. to tell America that he was sent by the Almighty to a nation that had been threatened with disintegration.
14 Jahre Verfall und hebe dich empor zu 2000 Jahren deutscher Geschichte.
On October 14th, Hitler announced the dissolution of the Reichstag, setting fresh elections for November 12th. It was not properly an election. Rather, it was a vote of confidence, and 92.1% of the electorate declared their confidence in Hitler. Winston Churchill, speaking in the House of Commons on November 7th, warned that Germany had already started to rearm. March 1933 was the epicenter of the great and vicious Ukraine famine.
This famine, it is called the Holodomor. So it was not something which was a result of collectivization, a natural result of bad harvest. It was the attempted genocide. The Soviet leadership doesn't support the Ukrainian peasants, the backbone of the Ukrainian nation. They let them die. To the very last moment, actually, they prevent grain from being released to them.
In January, Janusz Radzutaks, who would be a victim of the show trials, said of Stalin, "He is the leader of the most revolutionary, most militant party in the world, and he would not be the leader if he didn't know how to chop off and destroy that which is slated for destruction."
He kept power because he never took responsibility for anything that went wrong. If something went wrong, if there was famine in Ukraine, he blamed foreign agents or he blamed dissident Ukrainians. And enough people in the Soviet Union were prepared to believe that.
Ukrainians are starving in masses. There's cannibalism. It's a terrible situation. But Stalin ignored that and said there is no crisis.
People believe what they want to believe. On April 1st, 1933, Adolf Hitler ordered a one-day boycott of Jewish shops. People believed it was necessary. (1933) was the year in which the cinema box office bottomed out. Walt Disney's Three Little Pigs premiered, helping the recovery. The song that made its debut in that production was reputedly often whistled by Adolf Hitler, whose nickname had been Wolf. It was, "Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf?" Some of the turning points of history just happen. Volcanoes erupt. Earthquakes, floods and fires destroy cities. But most of the turning points of history do not just happen.
This was their final hour.
They are the result of actions taken by people.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
They are the work of those who use power, ambition, belief to shape events. People are the authors of history.
It's the curious thing about history that we all understand the great currents matter. The institutions matter, geography matters, economics matters, what natural resources you have matters. But I do think there are moments in history when it really matters who's in power.
This is the story of the people who, holding or reaching for power, shaped our world. The titans of the 20th century. In 1934, Hitler and Mussolini and Stalin and Roosevelt are in power. The global depression is easy. The future beckons. What will they make of it?
One of the big questions about the 1930s is if the Western powers had been prepared to move earlier, could they have stopped Hitler? And could they have stopped the Japanese militarists? If the powers had been prepared to really move against Japan in Manchuria, and when Hitler remilitarized the Rhineland, who knows? One person gets away with something, or one country gets away with something, that encourages others.
What did happen in just 4 years? In China, the Rhineland, Ethiopia, and Spain, was the rise of militarism and the spread of violence. In Spain, in 1934, there was violence and a Titan advanced.
In 1934, there were two big uprisings, one of the miners of Asturias and the declaration of an independent Catalonia. These two things happened together. It's a time of national emergency like this, so you declare martial law, which in Spain is called a state of war, estado de guerra. The powers of the Minister of the Interior, so that's over the police and the civil guard, are transferred to the Minister of War. He decided to put Franco in charge of the repression of both of these incidents.
The Spanish Air Force bombed its own territory, and troops of the Spanish Foreign Legion and Army of Africa moved violently through villages, like a conquering army on foreign soil.
So during the 3 weeks of this tremendous repression that goes on, Franco has what I would call on-the-job training of being a dictator.
In 1934, 1.5 million pesetas, 20,000 rifles, 20,000 hand grenades, and 200 machine guns arrived in Spain for monarchist militias. It had all come from Italy.
For a good decade or more, Mussolini was the fascist in power, and Hitler worshipped Mussolini. He tried to meet him. He wrote him letters, he asked for autographs, and Mussolini said, "Who is this Austrian, this strange man who's trying to get to power?"
The first and keenly anticipated meeting between Duce and Führer took place in June in Venice.
And Mussolini made sure that Hitler had to come onto Italian soil, and he wore a military uniform. And this put Hitler at disadvantage. He wished that he had worn a uniform as well. Their meeting didn't go very well in that Mussolini wasn't very impressed by Hitler.
Hitler looked, Mussolini said, like a plumber in a Macintosh. He complained to his representative at the Vatican that Hitler had sounded like a broken record.
Hitler tended to go on monologues, even when he was with people, about German superiority. So he found him tactless, strange, and he thought that he didn't have much future.
Mussolini, of course, believed in himself as a leader. In 1934, he abolished divorce, told women to stay home and have children, and introduced a special tax on bachelors.
Mussolini didn't so much rule Italy as edit it. He was an old-fashioned newspaper man, you know. It was a headline a day.
At the heart of his publicity was the Bonifica Integrale, the reclamation of the Pontini marshes, a project that Italy had been promising itself for many years and that annually made the Agro Pontino the scene of the most famous photo opportunity.
You know, you've seen the pictures of Mussolini stripped to the waist, getting in the wheat, you know, Mussolini, the strong man, Mussolini with, you know, the father of the nation.
Two weeks after his return from Italy, Hitler had launched the purge of factional opponents known as the Night of the Long Knives.
The Night of the Long Knives is traditionally seen as the moment at which Hitler strikes out against his own people. The more radical Nazis think Hitler's takeover hasn't gone far enough.
The army leadership, the Reichswehr, was increasingly alarmed by the stormtroopers, the Sturmabteilung's, posture as an alternative army. The president was head of the armed forces, and when Hindenburg died, would the generals perhaps prefer a head of state less identified with and beholden to the SA than Adolf Hitler?
Deutschland, hurrah!
Of course, we shouldn't forget that Hitler himself, within his own party, was only one of several possible candidates. And it wasn't at all clear that Hitler himself wasn't going to be challenged by various groups.
The failing health of the president made resolution of the SA problem urgent. In June, the SA leadership, headed by Ernst Röhm, was purged.
Röhm was very useful as a bully boy, a tough guy on the street. But his belief was you wanted violent revolution. You seize power, you repeat the coup. And for Hitler, this was dated. This was out of fashion. It wouldn't work.
30th of June 1934, he moved against the SA and basically executed many of their leaders, or had Röhm murdered. So after that, the SA was totally tamed.
Das alles ist heil! Da möchte ich euch jetzt danken, dass ihr nicht Banken geworden seid, dass ihr mich in der Zeit nicht verlassen habt.
The Night of the Long Knives was presented as the overthrow of a threat to the state, that the stormtroopers had become too powerful, that they were plotting against Hitler. And it was actually irrelevant. It had nothing to do with that.
So there's a sort of typical Hitler sleight of hand going on here, that he seems to be striking towards the stormtroopers. But the more important target was the conservative resistance that was coming from within his regime.
I gave the order to shoot, Hitler boasted in a speech to the Reichstag on July 13th.
The patriot is dead at the hands of a murderer.
Less than 2 weeks later, Engelbert Dollfuss, the Austrian Chancellor, was murdered by a couple of Nazis, aggravating Mussolini's fear of an Anschluss, an Austrian union with Germany. His response was to move 4 divisions up to Italy's frontier with Austria. In addition to Dollfuss, Mussolini was a patron of Gyula Gombosch's far-right regime in Hungary, and as we have noted, of the far-right in Spain. Towards the end of 1934, an Italian-trained Croatian fascist assassinated King Alexander of Yugoslavia.
Across Central and Eastern Europe, in Poland, in the Baltic states, in Hungary, in the Balkans, there has been a collapse of liberal democratic regimes from the mid-1920s onwards. Perhaps not a move towards fascism, but certainly towards right-wing authoritarianism.
On August 2nd, President Hindenburg died.
I think a major irony in the fact that in August 1934, Hindenburg goes to his grave, very happy about the fact that he thinks he has saved for all time his historical image, his aura of the kind of leadership he wanted to project. And of course, ironically, from our standpoint, nothing is so destructive of Hindenburg's image as the fact that he named Hitler as chancellor.
A plebiscite would abolish the office of president and transfer its powers to the Führer. In September, to their unconditional acclaim, it was as absolute ruler that Hitler climbed onto the stage before the thousands gathered at the Nuremberg rally. The film of the rally, Triumph of the Will, is justly famous, though it was a box office failure, and the American columnist Walter Winchell declared that its director, Leni Riefenstahl, was as pretty as a swastika.
It's the moment that Hitler becomes a god. He is now no longer a mere mortal, and it's about the superheroism of Hitler.
Die Partei ist Hitler! Hitler aber ist Deutschland, wie Deutschland Hitler ist. Hitler, Sieg! Sieg!
In Paris, 15 people were killed and as many as 2,000 wounded in a long night of violence that would have repercussions.
The most spectacular moment of violence was on the 6th of February 1934, when a combination of right-wing organisations and veterans organisations tried to storm the Parliament building. And a few days later, on the 12th of February 1934, you have a huge rally of trade unionists and left-wing parties and movements in defence of the Republic.
Charles de Gaulle, who, at the time of the February events, wrote, "Today the ground under us is giving way. Where will it lead?" He ventured, in my humble opinion, to a reinforcing, or even better, restoration of order, but not without many more upheavals. Upheavals were also causing bloodshed on the streets of America. In January, the federal government was providing jobs for 4 million American workers. But having a job did not mean having a living wage. And there was widespread unrest. Labor unrest built through the year. The Toledo Auto Light strike in May was a foretaste of how things boiled over in the summer. The Minneapolis general strike produced the tragedy of Bloody Friday, when police opened fire, leaving 2 dead and 67 injured. The West Coast longshore strike, earlier in the month, had also left 2 dead after Bloody Thursday. And the largest strike in American labor history, the textile strike, saw 10 killed in September. The New Deal had raised expectations, and Roosevelt had, between April and June, signed into law a Debt Default Act, Homeowners Loan Act, Securities Exchange Act, Trade Agreements Act, Farm Bankruptcy Act, and on and on. And yet, expectations were not being met. President Roosevelt needed to take action.
And so he begins to develop with his advisors a second New Deal. And this is the New Deal for which he is most remembered. This is the New Deal that is going to bring Social Security to the American people.
That reasonable profit can be earned, while at the same time protection can be assured.
Roosevelt will announce the framework for the Second New Deal when he addresses Congress in January 1935. In India, what might have been a decisive step was taken in 1934.
The system sanctioned by the Government of India Act of 1934 allowed effectively almost 15% or so of Indians to exercise the vote. Now that was a big extension of political representation to India.
But one titan kept up his fierce opposition to Indian self-rule.
And Churchill spends a lot of time in the 1930s trying to get his anti-Indian self-rule voice heard over the BBC, and the BBC doesn't want to allow what they call his die-hard position on India to have a voice. And he is hopping mad about it.
This is no time to mince measures and fool around with weak government.
It was a battle that Churchill lost, but it taught him a useful lesson.
He wrote to his wife saying, I've just discovered that all this technique which I've been using for the last 35 years, it's not really necessary. What you need to do is stand up and make some remarks in a very sort of plain and conversational style.
In China, the politician, the titan, who had the upper hand was Chiang Kai-shek, whose nationalist forces had driven the Communist Party into a desperate retreat and who had shown himself to be a ruthless opponent.
Chiang Kai-shek has gone through a fairly volatile life, let us say, involved in Shanghai, very much in the revolutionary movements there after the fall of the Qing Empire in 1912. And these revolutionary movements were often a mixture of idealists trying to bring about a new China, linked with, it must be said, the underworld and some pretty nefarious practices.
The communist retreat to a remote stronghold is a foundation myth of the People's Republic, where it is celebrated as the Long March.
This was the defeat of the Communist Party. It gets re-narrated as the birth, the born-again moment.
It was, Mao said, our worst period, blocked in front and pursued from behind. But it was also the period in which Mao Zedong would rise to the position he would hold until his death.
Mao, because he's the one who leads them out of the jaws of defeat into this sort of new moment, gains in stature and becomes more or less the unquestioned leader of the communist movement in China.
The calendar flips. Adolf Hitler is Führer, Mussolini il Duce, and Stalin is everywhere. By 1933, there were more than twice as many images of Stalin adorning Moscow as of Lenin. When Stalin made a rare public appearance at the 1935 Moscow Congress, the applause lasted for 15 minutes. Then a woman shouted, "Glory to Stalin," and they all started clapping again. In September 1935, along with the Nuremberg laws restricting the rights of German Jews, an order was made installing the swastika as the official flag of the Reich, and on the 18th of October, Hitler told his officers, "Rearm and get ready. Europe is on the move again. If we are clever, we will be the winners." 13 days earlier, Italy had invaded Ethiopia.
When Mussolini came to power, their only colonies were Libya, Eritrea, and Somalia. And Mussolini had longed to correct an injustice that had happened under the weak liberal government. In 1896, the Italians had tried to invade Ethiopia, and they'd been defeated.
So you get these squares and piazzas filled up with people, the triumphant leader announcing the war in Abyssinia.
The invasion of Ethiopia, then Abyssinia, began on October 3, 1935, when the first bombs fell on Adwa. Italy's opponent could boast 8 slow aircraft and 371 bombs.
People who were very prominent in the League of Nations and in anti-slavery societies in Britain and in France initially welcomed Mussolini's invasion because he says, well, I'm going in there to get rid of slavery. And they go, oh, that's marvelous, well done. And then, of course, the tanks roll in and they have to kind of say, oh no, this isn't quite what we had in mind.
In the wake of the brutal invasion of Abyssinia, the League of Nations imposed limited sanctions against Italy. Former British Prime Minister David Lloyd George described the League's sanctions as elaborate arrangements to deprive Italy of those things she could do without. Forbidden were donkeys and mules. Permitted were cars and trucks.
The Royal Navy dominated the Mediterranean and could have stopped without a thought this entire enterprise simply by denying him access to the Ethiopian coast, by blocking the Suez Canal. Such was the fear of creating another war. They thought, well, we mustn't precipitate this.
The military historian Basil Liddell Hart thought Britain's failure to stare down Mussolini in 1935 the most fateful turning point in the period between the wars. 2 days after the Italian invasion, Roosevelt proclaimed American neutrality and, "To hell with Europe and the rest of those nations," exclaimed Minnesota Senator Thomas Shaw. As 1936 opened, Spanish Prime Minister Manuel Azaña wrote that the left feared a military coup, the right feared that the Soviet was on the horizon. "I've never," Azaña said, "seen such a stupid situation."
There's intense dialogue among the people who shared their own ideas. But there's no dialogue between people who have different ideas. And that's the problem. And eventually we'll have Spanish Civil War.
Elections for a new government held on February 16th, were the last free elections held in Spain for 40 years. The result, announced on February 20th, gave the Popular Front a slender margin of less than 2%.
After the elections of the Popular Front in February 1936, it was decided that there were a whole series of generals who weren't to be trusted, so they were sent to different places to get them away from Madrid. While all the others were distributed all over the place, Franco was sent to be military commander of the Canary Islands.
The starter's gun, fired by General Mola, called on the Army of Africa to rise at 5 a.m. on July 18th, and the garrisons in mainland Spain to follow 24 hours later. Ibaruri, La Pasionaria, gave a radio speech on that day which went straight into legend. "The fascists shall not pass," she said. "No pasarán." In July and August, Hitler and Mussolini provided the first practical assistance, and it was decisive. They supplied the air transport that pitched Franco's crack Army of Africa into the battle.
Germany provided the airlift for the Army of Africa, without which the nationalist war effort would have been lost. Both boats, but also bombers that transported the troops across the Straits of Gibraltar.
The American ambassador in Madrid, Claude Boas, called the Spanish Civil War a foreign war of the fascist powers against the government of Spain. Churchill described non-intervention as an elaborate system of official humbug.
The democracies were feeble. There were, of course, strong voices agitating to stand up. But even Churchill was pretty feeble. He started by being pro-Franco.
On October 1st, Franco was invested with his new powers, head of the Spanish state, in the throne room of the Captain Generalcy in Burgos. But the war had many long and murderous months to run.
Franco was committed above all to what he saw as the eradication of Spain's internal enemies. And there's a long list of internal enemies for Franco.
On Saturday, March 7th, Hitler had addressed the Reichstag. The German government has from today restored the full and unrestricted sovereignty of the Reich in the demilitarized zone of the Rhineland, Hitler declared. And 600 deputies, in the words of American correspondent William Shirer, who was an eyewitness, leaped to their feet like automatons, their right arms upstretched in the Nazi salute, and screamed, "Heil!"
The Rhine and the territory alongside it is really key. And of course, it's also there as a border.
The Rhineland was a 50-kilometer wide strip of territory on the eastern bank of the River Rhine, which, kept demilitarized, constituted an important part of France's defendability.
The German military were terrified. They said that the French could just walk in and wipe us out. They hadn't got anything there, really, at all. And if the French had responded vigorously, I think Hitler might have been stopped in his tracks.
Of the remilitarization of the Rhineland, Lord Lothian comfortingly remarked that the Germans were only going into their own back garden.
The remilitarization of the Rhineland gives the National Socialist state and Hitler a set of resources that make them a much more formidable foe. And it's the only time Hitler says to his troops, if you meet opposition, come back. They never get that instruction again.
In explaining to the Parliament why Britain did nothing, Anthony Eden said, "It is the appeasement of Europe as a whole that we have constantly before us." And there he let loose a word that would be vilified for generations to come. Hitler had the Rhineland. He had the Berlin Olympics. He had increased the Wehrmacht's frontline divisions from 7 to 51 in just 3 years. And in Mussolini, he had an ally who was throwing his weight around.
Ethiopia was a great imperialist triumph. It was a correction of a historic injustice, and it was a way for Mussolini to shore up his popularity.
On November 1st, in a speech in Milan's Cathedral Square, Mussolini said that the Rome-Berlin Agreement was an axis around which all the European states who want peace can revolve. Marshal Badoglio had led his troops into Addis Ababa in May. There had been just over 1,000 Italian casualties. Assaulted by bombing, poison gas and massacre, Ethiopian casualties are uncounted.
Mussolini was the great prototype and also a working model of how a fascist society could actually work.
Between 1928 and 1936, as the 5-year plans rolled out, the Soviet Union explored how a communist society could actually work.
Stalin had in his hands the levers of great power in the Soviet Union, and he used them.
One of the things that lays behind the economic modernization of society is that the threat of an international conflict seems to be getting bigger and bigger through the 1930s.
In 1936, when the Third Reich had no modern tanks, the Soviet Union had 18,877. On June 27, 1936, President Roosevelt accepted the nomination of his party.
I accept the commission you have tendered me. I join with you. I am enlisted for the duration of the war.
To some generations, much is given, he said. Of other generations, much is expected. This generation of Americans, he said, has a rendezvous with destiny. His words carried a far greater truth than even he imagined. The 1936 election did more than return Roosevelt. As one of his aides remarked, it all but crowned him.
Roosevelt's own critics then accuse him of being the dictator. And then when he tries to get rid of some of the conservative Democrats from his own party, that's called a purge. So these notions that are out there in Europe that his own rivals are accusing Roosevelt of.
FDR's opponent carried only 2 states. In the 1934 midterms, similar support for the New Deal had sent 12 new Democratic senators to Washington, obliging many to find seats with the Republicans. The newcomers included Harry S. Truman from Missouri.
When Roosevelt wins his landslide re-election in 1936, which no one had necessarily foreseen, his first and real only major domestic measure of his second term is to try and reform the Supreme Court.
If we would make democracy succeed, I say we must act now.
Roosevelt was very frustrated and worried about the Supreme Court, and he put together this plan to add additional justices for every justice that would refuse to retire after the age of 70.
History would overwhelm Roosevelt's domestic concerns. In Japan, the tide was ebbing away from democracy. Anticipating all-out war following the Army's provocation of the Manchurian incident, the Army and Navy resisted towing the line drawn by party politicians. Amid the heightening discord, an unsuccessful but destabilizing coup attempt on February 26, 1936, destroyed any hope of a return to a normal course of constitutional government.
行動派というのは陸軍の中の一つのグループで、陸軍の言うことを聞いて陸軍に予算をたくさんくれる新しい政権の樹立です。
その周りの大臣や有力者たちを倒して天皇に直接自分たちの気持ちを説得すれば天皇は分かってくれると考えてクーデターを起こしたということです。
昭和天皇は非常に怒って行動派の青年将校たちを断固力でですね、その鎮圧せよっていうふうに命令します。逆に陸軍の発言力は強まりました。その行動派と対立していた統制派と呼ばれる、これは東條英機たちですけども、この人たちの力がですね非常に強くなるんですね。
Japanese expansion through Manchuria led some genuinely patriotic leaders in China to force a showdown, insisting that Chiang Kai-shek focus his strength not on eliminating the communists, but on the foreign invader. The affair is known as the Xi'an Incident.
Chiang was kidnapped by the former ruler of Manchuria, who'd been expelled by the Japanese takeover. I think Chiang realized after that he had to pull together with the communists in a united front.
It was the Xi'an Incident that first revealed the skill and influence of Sung Mei-lin, Madame Chiang Kai-shek.
She came in and she acted as a broker. She smoothed things over between all of the key players. She persuaded the young general that he needed to release Chiang Kai-shek and that he would be protected.
In 1937, violence was rampaging through Spain. To the east, new records in terror were being set in the Soviet Union, and in China, an invader attacked. And the history books say that the war started in 1939.
World War II broke out on the 7th of July, 1937. This is not a date that European historians generally attribute to this event, but I think there is a very strong case that actually the Second World War began in Asia, and particularly with shooting between locally garrisoned Chinese and Japanese troops at a bridge called Lugotiao.
In 1937, the Japanese Ministry of Education issued a text titled Cardinal Principles of the National Polity. This was an official statement for use in schools. It defined the Japanese state as aggressively nationalist, imperialist, authoritarian, non-individualistic.
Then with the full-scale Japanese invasion in 1937, you have a real military power that's coming in and is sweeping through your land in a way that looks to be incredibly unstoppable.
From mid-July, Japanese troops were surging into China. By December, Chiang Kai-shek, already defeated in Beijing and Shanghai, had been forced to abandon Nanjing.
More actually from this point on until 1947, he was not actually affected much by the Japanese attack during those 12 years. So he started to build him as an ideologist, a military strategist, and also the unquestionable leader of the Chinese Communist Party.
Mussolini sent one of his most rabid supporters, Roberto Farinacci, to report on the war in Spain, in which he had invested heavily.
He sent a lot of technical experts, and he ended up sending many more troops than his generals wanted him to.
Duce! Duce! Viva Italia!
Farinacci reported that the war had become a contest between massacres, almost a sport. By February 1937, Italian air and land forces in Spain exceeded 50,000.
They suffer a severe military defeat in March 1937 at a place called Guadalajara. That further adds to the general sense in Europe, oh, Italians, typical, they can't fight. They couldn't even beat the Ethiopians in 1896, and now they're hopeless in Spain. And that further militarizes the regime at home.
On April 26th, Germany's Air Force unit, the Condor Legion, arrived above Guernica, the holy city of the Basque. The raid killed 1 in 8 of the town's population. Of it, Hermann Goering said Germany could not do otherwise as we had nowhere else to try out our machines.
As far as Hitler was concerned, His participation in the Spanish Civil War had been immensely beneficial. They'd managed to trial a number of military tactics which would be used in the Blitzkrieg in Poland first and then in France. So for Hitler, the consequences were positive. For Mussolini, much less so.
Mussolini made his first official visit to Germany in September 1937. This time, Hitler was in uniform. It would be dangerous folly for the British people to underrate the amazing qualities of courage, comprehension, self-control, and perseverance which he exemplifies, Churchill wrote on October 10th. He was describing Mussolini. It was said that in the crowd welcoming Mussolini to Berlin were many who had been given cheering lessons in their workplaces. When Hitler made his return visit to Italy in May 1938, the cheering in Florence struck an even less sincere note. It was a recording played through loudspeakers. In May 1937, Neville Chamberlain entered Downing Street without an election. He was 68. Lord Halifax, who would become Foreign Minister in February 1938 and was the favourite of many, including the King, to succeed Chamberlain as Prime Minister in 1940, met Hitler on November 19, 1937, and wrote in his diary that he found him very sincere. Chamberlain described Halifax's visit to the Führer as a great success. In November, the British publisher, Victor Gollancz, chose Stalin as his Man of the Year because he was safely guiding Russia on the road to a society in which there will be no exploitation.
In 1937, the Soviet Union had a census, and the census brought quite surprising results. The number of people was far lower than expected, which led to the decision by Stalin to arrest those who had organized the census, execute a considerable number of them, and hide this census.
In April 1937, the Central Committee of the Communist Party officially launched the Great Terror, which would result in the judicial murder of 690,000 people. Molotov said of the terror, "We were driven in 1937 by the consideration that in time of war we would not have a fifth column." To deal with the threat, they established three-person commissions, troiki.
What happens in 1937 is extraordinary decision to re-establish troiki in all regions. It works on the basis that there's a great upsurge of criminal activity, which is largely attributed to former kulaks and to people who've returned from the camps.
These trials developed not from communism, not from socialism, but from Stalinism.
The notorious show trials and the work of the troiki were described by author, barrister and jurist Geoffrey Robertson as the public tip of Joseph Stalin's iceberg of terror.
It does strike me that Stalin wasn't alone with this. Maybe Khrushchev and the others were terrified in 52, 53 when Stalin really was going grumpy and off his rocker and saying things, but earlier on, they appear to have been equally involved.
The terror reached maximum pitch in July 1937. Perhaps the most extraordinary purge was of the leading ranks of the Red Army.
I think it's difficult to talk about the purge of the Red Army and say that there's some sort of goal in mind. I think that the beginning of the purge is very much instigated by Stalin, and of course end up consuming tens of thousands of Soviet officers.
In Stalin's purges, 75 members of the 80-member Supreme Military Soviet were killed, while 13 out of 15 army commanders, 50 out of 57 corps commanders, 154 out of 186 divisional commanders, and 36,000 others were purged. In Chicago, on September 12th, the president delivered a speech calling on countries to quarantine the nations that were causing what FDR described as international anarchy and instability. The First Lady did not share his commitment to neutrality. Eleanor Roosevelt made speeches in support of the Spanish Republic and openly contributed to the Spanish Children's Fund and the Abraham Lincoln Brigade, one of the international brigades fighting on the Republican side. And she had a voice.
She had a syndicated column from about 1936 to the end of her life. And she wrote, for Look and Life and Time and Newsweek and Red Book and all the great magazines, and really had a very public life. She writes to a friend, "I have very good news. I have earned through my columns, through my newspaper and magazine articles, more than Franklin earned as president."
In India, the first elections under the new constitutional basis were held in 1937.
And it brought Congress governments into power in the majority of the provinces, because it also prepared the subsequent path of Indian nationalism towards a constitutional transfer of power, rather than a revolutionary overthrow of the empire.
This startled the All India Muslim League into action, and Jinnah returned from London to lead the league. Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who deserves a place on the fringe of the Gallery of Titans.
Jinnah is really one of the great enigmas of 20th century India. Trained as a lawyer in London, a complete Anglophile, he was not a believer. He drank whiskey, pork, ham sandwiches, etc. And yet he emerges as the leader of Indian Muslims. And this is the real paradox. Was it something that he willed? Was it purely his own personal ambition? Or was he fighting for a greater cause?
And for what did Eamon de Valera fight? He took his place on the fringe when he gained power in Ireland in 1932. What he fought for was defined in 1937.
One of Eamon de Valera's defining achievements was the 1937 Constitution. He worked closely with the Catholic hierarchy when he drafted it. The Constitution says a lot of things, but it states that women's place is in the home. It places the Irish language as the first official language, and perhaps most importantly, it lays claim to the 6 counties of Northern Ireland.
And Hitler will lay claim to the Sudetenland, and Japan will push further into China, and a man with an umbrella will take on the Titans, but never become one. The world has changed. It is no longer after the First World War. It is now before the Second. Some of the turning points of history just happen. Volcanoes erupt. Earthquakes, floods and fires destroy cities. But most of the turning points of history do not just happen.
This was their finest hour.
They are the result of actions taken by people.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
They are the work of those who use power, ambition, belief to shape events. People are the authors of history.
It's the curious thing about history that we all understand the great currents matter. The institutions matter, geography matters, economics matters, what natural resources you have matters. But I do think There are moments in history when it really matters who's in power.
This is the story of the people who, holding or reaching for power, shaped our world, the titans of the 20th century. It had been a mere 20 years since the greatest war in history ended. And now the world seemed to be moving inexorably towards another catastrophe. Some believed that it was worth doing anything to avoid such a disaster.
There were a number of reasons why the British felt that it was necessary to try and avoid a war. The primary reason, of course, was they'd just come through a dreadful war. The combination of memories of the old war, fears of what a new war would look like, and a sense that maybe Germany had justifiable demands helped to lead into this attempt to appease Germany. And I think it was an honorable attempt. I think trying to avoid a war is actually a good thing.
The honorable attempt failed. In less than 2 years, Europe would be at war. In less than 3, the European continent would have been unimaginably transformed by the clash of titans. (1938) did not begin well for the liberal democracies. On January 30th, Francisco Franco established his first cabinet of ministers in Burgos.
Franco was an unlikely dictator because he lacked charisma. He wasn't particularly charismatic looking. He was a small, rather stout man with a fairly high-pitched voice.
There are aspects of Franco that are pure comedy. He has a notion of autarky, wants Spain to be self-sufficient. He's a man who believed in alchemy, thought he could resolve Spain's economic problems by turning lead into gold.
On the 12th of March, when Negrin, Spain's Republican Prime Minister, arrived in Paris to ask for help in the Civil War, Hitler annexed Austria, which extinguished any possibility of French boldness. Negrin returned to Barcelona the day before unopposed Italian air raids killed 1,000 in that city. "This will send up our stocks in Germany," said Count Ciano. "They love total and ruthless war."
Germany and Italy were able to pour aid for the nationalist war effort via Franco. Whereas the sister democracies of Spain, Britain and France, refused even to sell them arms. So they had to go to the Soviet Union.
The British Empire would run far less risk from the victory of the Spanish government than from that of General Franco, Churchill said. But it was too late. On December 23rd, in its offensive against Barcelona, the nationalists had 300 tanks, 1,400 guns, and 500 aircraft. Republican forces opposing them had 40 tanks, less than 100 field guns, and barely 50 serviceable aircraft. More than 30,000 foreigners served in the international brigades. By September, only 7,102 remained. On November 1st in Barcelona, Dolores Ibarruri, La Pasionaria, delivered her passionate farewell to them.
Dolores Ibarruri was an astounding orator. That's why she comes to the fore at a point at which the Communist Party need a figurehead, and she's absolutely the best figurehead you could have.
Communists, socialists, anarchists, Republicans, La Pasionaria said. Men of different colors, different ideology, antagonistic religions, yet all profoundly loving liberty and justice, they came and offered themselves to us unconditionally. They gave us everything. We shall not forget you. Like Spain, full-scale war was the condition in China. On February 18th, Japanese planes had bombed Chongqing, the provincial capital to which Chiang Kai-shek had withdrawn his government. In June 1938, to disrupt the Japanese advance, Chiang Kai-shek ordered the opening of the dikes on the Yellow River, flooding low-lying lands. The resultant death toll is unknown.
I think that showed that he was a pretty ruthless operator. The Japanese had taken Shanghai, the major city in nationalist China, had then taken Nanjing, and then were moving up on Wuhan. So, you know, this was a pretty desperate time, but he was ready to take desperate measures.
On January 16th, Japanese Prime Minister Konoe announced that Japan no longer recognized the Chinese government. Negotiations with Chiang Kai-shek ended, and a disastrous war was the only option. At the end of his life, Konoe described the speech as an utter blunder. The age of blunders would make a serviceable label. In the Soviet Union between 1929 and 1938, 94% of the country's 26 million peasant holdings had been rolled into 250,000 collective farms.
The collectivization of agriculture has an enormous effect on the whole of Soviet society. At some stages of the height of collectivization, about 40 to 50,000 peasants are arriving in cities a week. All of these people then have to be housed in these cities. They have to be provided with social services. This has enormous social fallout.
On March 12th, units of the German 8th Army crossed the border unopposed and Germany annexed Austria, the Anschluss. The Austrian Chancellor, Schuschnigg, said of meeting Hitler that he felt as though he had met a madman who thinks he is God.
Hitler, of course, was very clever at sounding very moderate. You know, we just want to protect our fellow Germans. There are all those Germans in Austria. Why shouldn't they join with us? What about national self-determination? They want to join with us. And if we get that, we're going to settle down.
Hitler made his triumphant entry into Vienna. As Führer and Chancellor, I report before history the entry of my homeland into the German Reich, he said.
Through the lubrication of propaganda, it was made to seem a triumphal entry and was disguised by showing acclamatory crowds which were genuine enough. They probably only represented a minority of the Austrian people.
Hitler had succeeded in the Saar, the Rhineland, and now Austria. He turned to the borderland with Czechoslovakia, where at Versailles more than 3 million German speakers, who had not been given any say in their citizenship, had been incorporated into the new state.
Hitler presented himself and Germany as the protector of all ethnic Germans all over Europe. And the leader of the Sudeten German party did everything to undermine Czechoslovak control. So he provoked the Czechoslovak government to repression. So he created a situation of crisis.
Hitler asked, why shouldn't these good Sudeten Germans be part of the Reich? This was the crisis that built to a notorious climax.
My policy has always been to try to ensure peace, and the Führer's ready acceptance encourages me to hope that my visit to him will not be without result.
As Neville Chamberlain flew to Berchtesgaden for his first meeting with Hitler, a bumpy, storm-tossed flight of 7 hours, the Prime Minister was 69. The Czech ambassador to Britain, Jan Masaryk, expressed himself fearful of Chamberlain's senile ambition. As soon as Hitler sees that old man, said Mussolini, he will know that he has won the battle.
Hitler always followed a strategy of asking for something until it looked like he was going to get it, and then upping the demands and asking for more. It's very likely that he actually didn't want to negotiate with Chamberlain over the Sudetenland in 1938. What he wanted was a war. A lot of senior army officers and diplomatic people and so on had no problem with a war just with Czechoslovakia, which they thought they could win. They very much assumed in 1938 that they would lose a war against Britain and France.
I've come back again, rather quicker than I expected.
But sending British troops into Central Europe was not an option. Neither was the expectation of military support from France.
At the time of appeasement, the Daladier government did not want war. And when appeasement was voted on in the French Parliament, it was only the Communist Party in 1938, plus one or two zany right-wing people, one of them a royalist, who voted against the Munich settlement.
An appeaser, Churchill said, is one who feeds a crocodile, hoping it will eat him last.
Churchill is the figurehead of the anti-appeasement point of view, but he was deeply unpopular. Churchill was unpopular amongst his own party. Everyone was very suspicious of him. There was no inbuilt inevitability about Churchill replacing Chamberlain. Let's not forget the best way to damn a political figure in this period was to call them a warmonger.
After Bad Godesberg, their second meeting, the Times asked whether the Nazis were intending to murder a nation because it is in the way, and Hitler issued an ultimatum demanding the Sudetenland.
Czechoslovakia as a state could have defended itself. The Czech armament industry was excellent. The Skoda factory produced excellent tanks and weapons. If it got military support, it would have held out for quite a long time, as long as it still held the Sudeten region, because here all the fortifications were.
On September 28th, with Hitler's ultimatum about to expire, Chamberlain sent a proposal to Il Duce that he mediate negotiations. Hitler said, "My good friend Benito Mussolini has asked me to delay the marching orders of the German army, and I have agreed." Chamberlain agreed to go to Munich.
When he arrives in Germany, when he arrives in Munich on the third visit, he's completely treated to these great, great crowds of those who see him as the savior of peace. Oh, he's eclipsed the popularity of all the dictators, even within their own countries.
The mood in the United States was, above all, to stay out.
The only thing that Roosevelt does throughout the Munich crisis is sort of send a very short letter of encouragement to Chamberlain.
FDR's cable contained two words: good man.
Privately, however, Roosevelt was very skeptical. He made a comment to one of his advisors that if the mayor of Chicago made a deal with the gangsters to, stop crime, and 3 weeks later the crime spree broke out again, his political career would be finished.
Roosevelt also sent Hitler a message. The government of the United States, it said, has no political involvement in Europe.
Hitler needed to position himself really for his own public opinion so that it looked like he had done everything he could. It was clear to everybody around him in the days and weeks and months right after Munich that he was terribly unhappy with the way the settlement had been concluded because he had really wanted a war and not an agreement.
Hitler explained the crisis to his followers. 10 million Germans found themselves outside the Reich's confines, Germans who desired to come back into their homeland. Bringing them into the Reich was, Hitler said, the last territorial demand I have to make in Europe. The Guardian newspaper declared that the pacificators of Munich returned home yesterday to receive greater gratitude than has ever been given to any returning conqueror.
We regard the agreement signed last night as symbolic of the desire never to go to war with one another again.
On his return to Heston Aerodrome, Chamberlain said, "The settlement of the Czechoslovak problem is, in my view, only a prelude to a larger settlement in which all Europe may find peace." There was one obvious difficulty.
There was one state which was not invited, which had tried in the 1930s to form a collective security system in Europe, which was meant to contain aggressive Germany and aggressive Italy. This was the Soviet Union. Stalin started to think that maybe the reason behind his appeasement policy is to direct Hitler against the Soviet Union.
On the 5th of October, Churchill rose to speak in the Commons. "Do not suppose that this is the end," he said. "This is only the beginning of the reckoning."
Churchill certainly regarded the Munich Agreement as a sellout of Czechoslovakia by Britain and France. He even went so far in Parliament as to say that Czechoslovakia could have done better negotiating by itself. He believed that only a threat of a declaration of war would have prevented the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia.
It may be that we sometimes overstate the importance of the Titan. One man, no matter how powerful, cannot after all control the weather, the conduct of each individual soldier, or the reliability of each machine. But sometimes it is a few men in a room. In Munich, it was a few men in a room. Paul Reynaud, the French finance minister, said in a radio broadcast on November 12th, "We are going blindfold towards an abyss." The sentiment was not restricted to Europe.
To command respect for the rights of ourselves, we must keep ourselves adequately strong in national defense.
The breakdown of international order in the 1930s was a deep, deep concern to Roosevelt. Unfortunately, because of the mood of Congress and the isolationist sentiment in the country, FDR was very limited in what he could do. He made a comment in early November to his Senate Foreign Relations Committee. If he'd had 5,000 planes and the ability to manufacture 10,000 in a short order of time, Hitler would have thought twice about the Munich Agreement.
Harold Ickes, Roosevelt's Secretary of the Interior, said, "It looks as if all the courage has oozed out of the president. He has acted to me like a beaten man." When FDR signed a Fair Labor Standards Act into law, the last reform of the New Deal had been concluded, and Roosevelt knew it. "That's that," he is reported to have said.
Roosevelt is inevitably becoming more focused on the international crisis. The Spanish Civil War, the conflict that breaks out between Japan and China, and then, of course, the big year of 1938, that's inevitably again sort of sucking Roosevelt's interest into foreign affairs.
In 1939, Politburo member Anastas Mikoyan said of Stalin that he was an utterly changed person, absolutely suspicious, ruthless, and boundlessly self-confident, speaking often in the third person. "I think," Mikoyan continued, "he went balmy."
Because we have this vision of Stalin as a very powerful, paranoid figure, we can forget actually how insecure the Bolshevik Party state's grip on affairs were.
In the 1930s, the Soviet Union is a pariah state. It's internationally isolated, so the Soviet state to no small extent is legitimate in feeling itself threatened.
On the 6th anniversary of his assumption of power, January 30th, 1939, Hitler made a speech to the Reichstag, promising that if international Jewry should succeed in plunging the nation into a world war, the result will be the destruction of the Jewish race in Europe So was he balmy?
Hitler was convinced that he was going to die young. He was a major hypochondriac, and in 1939 he turned 50, and he thought he was the only person who could lead Germany into the war for expansion that he thought Germany desperately needed.
The day after the speech, Roosevelt said of Hitler, "There isn't any use calling him a nut because he is a power and we have to recognize that." On March 3rd, Hitler announced the German forces would move to occupy Prague and eliminate the Czech state in 5 days.
That's the point where Hitler starts to annex things that are beyond what was agreed at the Paris Peace Conference. That's where you know that this man's shopping list just continues and you're on it.
After Munich, he said the French and the British, when it comes to it, they don't resist their worms. He didn't say that publicly, but it's recorded he said it. So Britain and France, he thought, wouldn't have the mettle to fight.
On March 15th, 1939, Hitler tore up the Munich Agreement, grabbed all he wanted of the Czech lands, and Mussolini complained, "The Italians will laugh at me. Every time Hitler takes a country, he sends me a message."
Mussolini grudgingly has to accept that his best chances of success are with going along with this new force. He never gets over it.
Hardly anyone watched Hitler's entry into Prague. But thousands cheered his return to Berlin. The invasion of Czechoslovakia demolished the policy of appeasement. Churchill wrote that, "The government have now adopted the foreign policy which I have long been pressing, and consequently I am in very good relations with them." On March 31st, Neville Chamberlain rose in the House of Commons to pledge to Poland all support in Britain's power.
Our assurances to Poland are clear and precise. If an attempt were made to change the situation by force, that would inevitably start a general conflagration in which this country would be involved.
And I think even in the crisis of 1939 himself, okay, he gives an agreement to Poland, but I think all the way he's desperately trying to avoid war, and he's desperately hoping that Hitler's going to step back from the brink.
On April 3rd, a directive issued by Hitler instructed the armed forces to be ready for an attack on Poland any time after September 1st.
The trouble is, Poland was ripe. It had no natural defensive barriers. Its armed forces were in a state of great weakness. He was furious with the Poles because they refused to negotiate a realignment of territory, and he also needed to go through Poland to achieve the final consummation, which was the attack on Russia.
On the 13th, Anglo-French guarantees were made to Greece and Romania, but the debate in the Commons did not please Chamberlain. "I had hoped for a better speech from Winston," he wrote. "But there was an acid undertone and I felt depressed when he sat down." To bolster his sliding self-esteem, Mussolini had launched an invasion of Albania on Good Friday, April 7th.
Italy always invades Albania on a religious day. They'd invaded it on Christmas Day, 1914. They come back on Good Friday, 1939, and establish a curious regime.
Mussolini said that his troops were going to Albania to restore order and justice. But the clumsiness of the operation exposed Italian military might as being, in the words of Foreign Minister Ciano, a tragic bluff.
By 1939, Mussolini was realizing that he was in a pickle. He had committed to a military alliance with Germany, and yet his military was exhausted from Ethiopia, from Spain, from Albania, and they were in no shape to start a war.
On May 19th, a grand victory parade in Madrid had trooped along the Castellana, now renamed the Avenida del Generalissimo.
Perhaps the most important characteristic of Franco that enabled him to make a successful career was his ruthlessness. In a sense, you could almost describe him as a social psychopath.
One who had killed well over 150,000 innocent civilians, leaving aside the number of soldiers killed.
Pope Pius XII sent a message to Franco giving sincere thanks for the victory of Catholic Spain. Ciano praised a formidable victory for fascism, the greatest one so far.
The unstinting aid from Hitler and Mussolini was crucial, and it was easier for Hitler and Mussolini to get help to Franco than it was for Stalin to get help to the Republic.
Roosevelt acknowledged that arms should have been supplied to the Republican government to fight for her life and, he added prophetically, for the lives of some of the rest of us, as events will like prove. On July 28th, Neville Chamberlain wrote to his sister, "Hitler has concluded that we mean business and that the time is not ripe for the major war. Therein, he is fulfilling my expectations."
I think people living in times of tension still don't think there's really going to be a war. They still think that somehow a deal will be reached. And there were lots of British people who went to Germany in the summer of 1939 to go walking, for example, in the Black Forest, thinking things will probably be okay.
On August 20th, 1939, Hitler sent a telegram to Stalin proposing a treaty. In reply, he received an invitation for Foreign Minister Ribbentrop to visit Moscow. "Marvelous," Hitler said. "I have the world in my pocket."
With the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, he was trying to deceive the Russians that they could do a joint business. The aim was to lull the victim into a false sense of security.
In the first instance, there seems to be real advantage for Stalin and the Soviet state. The pact itself would encourage Hitler to make his move against Poland, therefore precipitating a long, grinding war with Britain and France that will weaken Germany.
At the end of August, the Soviet-German non-aggression pact was signed. When Stalin invited his foreign minister to explain Soviet objectives to von Ribbentrop, Molotov said, No, Joseph Vissarionovich. I'm sure that you'll do a better job than I."
There doesn't seem to be a real downside for Stalin in signing the pact. This buys the Soviet Union time to allow the Red Army to rebuild itself. The third five-year plan is manufacturing now armaments. It allows the Soviet Union to have a sphere of influence over Finland, to take over the Baltic states, to get eastern Poland and parts of eastern Romania. This gives Stalin control, together with Hitler, of Eastern Europe.
Stalin's main concern was public reaction to a pact. After all, as he reminded his German visitor, "For many years now, we've been pouring buckets of shit over each other's heads." Heinrich Hoffmann, Hitler's photographer, accompanied Ribbentrop, and Hitler was most anxious to see his photographs and relieved to observe that Stalin had separate and Aryan earlobes, rather than ingrown and Jewish ones.
He saw Stalin as the ultimate dull pedestrian bureaucrat, so very different from Adolf Hitler, the man who was the vivid actor, dramaturge, master of rhetoric.
These were the titans making history.
This morning, the British ambassador in Berlin handed the German government a final note. stating that unless they were prepared at once to withdraw their troops from Poland, a state of war would exist between us. I have to tell you now that no such undertaking has been received, and that consequently this country is at war with Germany. You can imagine what a bitter blow it is to me that all my long struggle to win peace has failed.
He never really trusted Hitler. You know, he was not the naive, wide-eyed idiot that some people portray him as. And at the same time as he was trying to get a deal with Hitler, he was also upping British preparations. It meant that by the time the Second World War broke out, Britain was in a much better position in 1939 than it would have been in 1936, 37, or 38.
In accordance with Article 2 of the Secret Additional Protocol of the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, Soviet troops entered Poland on September 17th, 2 weeks behind Germany's invasion. German troops had occupied the Rhineland, forced the incorporation of Austria into the Reich, and marched into Czechoslovakia. But it was not until the invasion of Poland that they fired their first shot in order, as Hitler said, to expand our living space in the East and make food supplies secure. Everything I have worked for, everything I have hoped for, everything that I have believed in during my public life has crashed in ruins, said Neville Chamberlain in the House of Commons on September 3rd, 1939. In October, de Gaulle wrote, "In my opinion, the enemy will not attack for a long while. Then, when he judges we are weary with waiting, he will launch an offensive." He did. In January 1940, Communist leader Zhou Enlai sent a report to Moscow. It stated that 1 million Chinese soldiers had been killed up to August of 1939, the month before the rest of the world says the war began. He admitted that only 3% of these casualties were from Red Army units.
The Communist Party under Mao had a different priority. His priority was to expand the Communist Party and the Chinese Red Army in order to prepare for the end of the war.
In his report, Zhou also said that Chiang Kai-shek was carrying out a war of liberation unprecedented in Chinese history, and that officers, regardless of class origin, were demonstrating determination, courage, and selflessness.
Stalin did realize that Chiang Kai-shek was the only Chinese leader who could put up a stiff resistance.
This history, which has subsequently been rewritten, is of a real war. The label given to events in Europe by an American senator was phony war. The phoniness ended with the Allied action in Norway, which was a disaster. In the Commons, Clement Attlee led the opposition's attack on May 7th. Of Czechoslovakia, Poland, and Norway, Clement Attlee said, "Everywhere the story is too late." The failure of operations in Norway hastened the fall of Neville Chamberlain, who might have considered a negotiated peace, which his successor would not.
What changed was the country in 1940. It was under threat. And Churchill went on being himself. He went on saying the sorts of things that he'd said before. But history had come to meet him, as it were.
We have before us an ordeal of the most grievous kind. You ask what is our policy? I will say it is to wage war. And what is our aim? I can answer in one word. It is victory. And he set course.
Churchill was very proud and very happy to become Prime Minister. He believed he was uniquely qualified for the position.
Of his appointment, Churchill wrote, "I felt as if I were walking with destiny, a common trait amongst titans." He also said that such was his confidence of success that I slept soundly and had no need for cheering dreams.
So Churchill can be a terrible man, very racist, very imperialist, says all sorts of things that we regard as very politically incorrect now. But nonetheless, he has a sense, particularly of the conflict with Nazi Germany, as being a moral conflict.
On the 5th of March, Stalin approved the murder of Polish officers and possible leaders who may contest Soviet control. At 5 forest sites, including Katyn, 21,892 victims were shot. Further 60,000 with their families were deported to Kazakhstan. The Great German Offensive had begun on the 10th of May.
As a country, socially, I think France, again, is a very divided society and is subjected to the invasion of 1940 and collapses in 6 weeks.
I have the impression that the surprise has been overcome and we are re-establishing ourselves, de Gaulle wrote on May 24th, the day after his promotion to Brigadier General, making him the youngest general in the French army. But, he went on, we have lost a lot of feathers and will lose many more.
De Gaulle's views of everybody are rarely kind, I think. De Gaulle is a highly clever, highly literate, highly sophisticated man. De Gaulle has an elevated sense of his own destiny.
On the day that de Gaulle made his prediction, May 24th, Group von Kleist, comprising 3 panzer divisions, was ordered to halt. It stopped less than 25 kilometers from Dunkirk. Here was the moment for which Churchill was made. To stare down defeat and the defeatists, and to tell the House of Commons on June 4th,
"We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and oceans. We shall fight in the air. We shall never surrender."
Churchill was not a natural speechmaker. He, in fact, had an impediment. He had a lisp. But what Churchill did have was a great ability to write.
Churchill's speeches were extraordinary, really. He took, it was said by his private secretary, an hour to write 1 minute of his speeches.
2 weeks after, "We shall never surrender," his speech told his countrymen that this was their finest hour, and on August 20th he paid eloquent tribute to the few.
The gratitude of every home in our island, in our empire, and indeed throughout the world, goes out to the British airmen who, undaunted by odds, are turning the tide of the world war by their prowess and by their devotion. Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few.
Picture Post actually did a study at the time where they went to various pubs and so forth to see if people were listening. They found they were not very responsive. The early speeches didn't have the impact we think they have.
Only 1 letter is known to have gone from his loving, devoted and watchful Clemmy to Winston in the whole of 1940. In it she told him that people were complaining about his conduct. With his terrific power, she said, he must combine urbanity, kindness, and if possible, Olympic calm. It could be that, at least from the British point of view, that is one of the war's more important documents. On June 10th, the French government removed itself from Paris and Mussolini declared war.
World War II broke out in 1939. Mussolini was completely unprepared. He declared a state of non-belligerence, and this was a shameless effort to buy time. When he chose to come in the war, it's because he thought it would be quick and easy because Hitler was having success in France.
On June 14th, General Bogislav von Stupnitz led the 87th Infantry Division through the almost deserted streets of Paris. On June the 18th, the anniversary of Waterloo, 86-year-old Marshal Pétain, the hero of Verdun, who had been recalled from his post as ambassador to Spain, announced that he had taken over as head of state and was seeking an armistice.
For thousands, if not millions of French people, Pétain was the leader who saved their lives in 1940. So for a long time, 1940 until 1942, most people were much more in favor of Pétain than they were of de Gaulle.
And on June the 18th, de Gaulle broadcast from London.
Nous croyons que l'honneur des Français consiste à continuer la guerre aux côtés de leurs alliés, et nous sommes résolus à le faire.
This war has not been settled by the Battle of France. This is a world war, he said.
He's seen by the British as a Napoleonic figure, but usually as one of the minor officers in Napoleon's entourage. British certainly hope that someone more major than de Gaulle will come over from France, who they will be able to use as their tool against Vichy France.
De Gaulle, I think, played a brilliant hand as the leader of the Free French, but he declared that he was going to lead the resistance from London. As Churchill said at one point, look at that man, he has no troops, he's been condemned to death by the Vichy government, and yet he acts as though he was the head of an enormous army.
He's incredibly tactless, he's incredibly rude, he's incredibly odd, he's incredibly arrogant. I think to some extent he needs to be all those things precisely because he's weak. He knows he's playing a game of bluff.
And on June the 18th, Churchill told the House of Commons, "The Battle of France is over. I expect that the Battle of Britain is about to begin." On July 7th, Gandhi offered Satyagraha as a way forward for the British. You will invite Herr Hitler and Signor Mussolini to take possession of your beautiful island with your many beautiful buildings, he suggested.
Hitler, as a person, flummoxes Gandhi. He disrupts Gandhi's worldview in a way that virtually no one else had. Gandhi fundamentally believed in the goodness of all people, and that if you touched the right thing, they could be converted. But ultimately, he comes to the conclusion that Hitler cannot be reached, and that he must be stopped.
The deposed Kaiser, from exile in the Netherlands, telegrammed Hitler, "My Führer," he wrote, "I congratulate you and hope that under your marvelous leadership the German monarchy will be restored completely." Hitler turned to his valet. "What an idiot," he said.
We can't underestimate the significance of the fall of France. Suddenly, Roosevelt is faced with the possibility that, the only thing standing between us and the Nazis is the Royal Navy. It's at this point that you see the destroyers for basis deal of September of 1940, where the United States gave the British 50 old destroyers, which, by the way, Roosevelt crammed with additional weapons without telling anyone.
On August 14th, Hitler explained to the 12 generals he had raised to the rank of Field Marshal that Germany could not benefit from defeating Britain. The beneficiaries of that, Hitler said, would be Japan in Asia, Russia in India, Italy in the Mediterranean, and the United States in world trade. That, Hitler said, is why peace is possible with Britain. But it was not. On July 18th, General Hideki Tojo, who would be wartime prime minister, had been appointed Japan's Minister for War. And on September 27th, Germany, Italy, and Japan signed the Tripartite Pact.
日中戦争がなかなか終わらないわけですね。どうしてなのかっていうと、これは中国をイギリスが支援しているですね。だからなかなか日本がいくら戦っても日中戦争が終わらない。
そこで当時ヨーロッパでイギリスと敵対していたドイツやイタリアと同盟を結ぶことによってイギリスなどを威圧しようと考えました。
結局日中戦争解決のために三国同盟を結んでいくというこういう流れになります。
On October 23rd, Hitler went to meet Franco.
Franco arrives on this decrepit old train, whereas the Nazis arrive on this beautiful modern job. And you can actually see from the newsreel, Franco's eyes are glistening. He's almost in tears at the thrill of meeting his great hero.
It was not a successful coming together of two dictators. Franco disappointed any expectation Hitler had that Spain would involve itself in the war. He also disappointed Hitler as a person.
Hitler made it pretty clear to Mussolini a little later on that he would prefer to have, in his words, 3 or 4 teeth taken out rather than meet that man again.
The trial of meeting Franco over, Hitler issued Directive 21 on December 18th. The German armed forces, it said, must be prepared to crush Soviet Russia in a rapid campaign. 23-year-old John F. Kennedy's book, Why England Slept, was published in 1940. His father, Joseph Kennedy, Roosevelt's ambassador to Britain, advocated a negotiated peace with Hitler. Roosevelt, elected for a third term in November on a promise that no Americans would be sent to foreign wars, gave his answer.
Roosevelt gave this remarkable press conference on December 17, 1940, where he said, you know, if your neighbor's house is on fire, he comes over and wants to borrow a garden hose, you're not going to say, well, you got to pay for it. You're going to give him the hose.
Roosevelt repeated his view in a radio fireside chat on December 29th. No man can tame a tiger into a cat by stroking it, he proclaimed. And he told the American people what America should do, introducing the phrase that lives on.
We must be the great arsenal of democracy.
In the year ahead, 1941, America would be obliged to be much more. Some of the turning points of history just happen. Volcanoes erupt. Earthquakes, floods and fires destroy cities. But most of the turning points of history do not just happen.
This was their finest hour.
They are the result of actions taken by people.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Fear itself.
They are the work of those who use power, ambition, belief to shape events. People are the authors of history.
It's the curious thing about history that we all understand the great currents matter. The institutions matter, geography matters, economics matters, what natural resources you have matters. But I do think there are moments in history when it really matters who's in power.
This is the story of the people who, holding or reaching for power, shaped our world. The titans of the 20th century.
This fast-moving war would not be the static war of the First World War. They'd use motorcycles, they'd use trucks, use armored vehicles. They'd use aircraft in support of troops like a flying sort of artillery. And so I think from the German point of view, what they were really concentrating on was a continental war. And what they hoped, really right up until 1940, was that the British would come to their senses.
Whether making peace with a rampant Adolf Hitler would have been sensible is not a question that the British public was ever asked. Their government, their Prime Minister, said that at last they had come to their senses and they would never surrender. At the start of 1941, Britain stood alone. By the end of the year, she would be part of a grand alliance, fighting a world war. On January 6, 1941, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt delivered his State of the Union message, unveiling his scheme for getting around the restrictions of the American Neutrality Acts, though he did not explain it in those terms.
We shall send in ever-increasing numbers ships, planes, tanks, guns. That is our purpose and our pledge.
He recommended a scheme called lend-lease, in what history remembers as his For Freedom speech.
And then when he references lend-lease and asks for this appropriation, he sort of rhetorically asks at the end, why should we do this? And that's when he famously said, in future days which we seek to make secure, and we look forward to a world founded on 4 fundamental human freedoms: freedom of speech and expression, freedom of worship, freedom from want, and freedom from fear.
Freedom means the supremacy of human rights everywhere. Our support goes to those who struggle to gain those rights and keep them. With that high concept, there can be no end, save victory.
The United States would become the arsenal of democracy, providing the Grand Coalition with 75% of its war material. It was said that by 1943, the USA was producing a tank every 5 minutes, an aeroplane every half hour, and an aircraft carrier every week.
Churchill called it the most unsorted act in history, and in a sense it was. The United States during the war used lend-lease to impose a lot of policies on the United Kingdom that were very hurtful. Lend-lease, as far as I'm concerned, was for the United States a weapon, a real weapon, to try to replace the pound with the dollar and to replace Britain as the major financial power in the world. And of course it worked.
On February 9th, Winston Churchill broadcast a speech that has also found a place in the history books. When he addressed the President of the United States, Churchill asked his radio audience, what should he say? In your name, to this great man, the thrice chosen head of a nation of 130 millions.
Churchill was sometimes compared to a big gun who had an awful lot of firepower but wasn't very maneuverable. He was very good at the prepared set oration, but he wasn't particularly good at being spontaneous.
And this is what he told his listeners he would say.
We shall not fail or falter. We shall not weaken or tire. Give us the tools, and we will finish the job.
On June 22nd, Hitler unleashed his true purpose when the largest military operation in history invaded the Soviet Union.
Stalin eliminated millions of Russians for no rational reason but his paranoia. That he should trust Hitler is one of the more bizarre acts in all of human history.
Stalin refuses to believe that this is being orchestrated by Hitler. He even says Hitler cannot know about this, which just goes to show the extent of the delusion under which Stalin is operating.
Stalin had disregarded over 80 warnings about Operation Barbarossa, including one from the anti-Nazi German ambassador to Moscow.
What Stalin did first, in 1941, he brought together a combination of ideology and patriotism and compulsion. And the three together proved impossible for Hitler to defeat.
Stalin begins to assume the position of war leader and commander of the response to the invasion. He is the supreme commander of the Soviet armed forces, he is People's Commissar for Defense, and he is head of the State Defense Council. All roads lead to Stalin.
Between June and December 1941, for every dead German, there was 20 Soviets. The invasion sent hundreds of thousands into captivity, where most would die as prisoners of war.
The Holocaust will begin in the summer of 1941, although that is not part of the Barbarossa Plan, but it will rapidly become a component. There will be slave labor, there will also be mass atrocities, starvation. This is part and parcel of German planning for the invasion.
City after city fell, but one daunting fact remained. 97% of the Soviet Union was still unoccupied and Stalin steadied.
So as the war went on, Stalin gave more space to his leaders and became better. Hitler did the opposite.
As early as July 16, 1941, Hitler told a meeting that we shall never withdraw from these areas. And so, total victory or total surrender was the only possible endgame.
The German forces necessary to facilitate the victory at Kiev are already very hard-pressed. They're encircling the Soviet Southwestern Front with a handful of panzer divisions. In Guderian's case, and he's doing most of the work, are down to 50% of their strength. This is a victory the Germans should never have won.
The eastern continent lies like a limp virgin in the mighty arms of the German Mars, said Joseph Goebbels. Hitler saw it differently. By August 11th, he was writing, "The whole situation makes it increasingly plain that we have underestimated the Russian colossus." On June 28th, still neutral but not insensitive to what was happening in the world, President Roosevelt established the Office of Scientific Research and Development. The scientific work it would coordinate included development of the atom bomb. A month later, on July 26th, 2 days after Japan had occupied French Indochina, Roosevelt embargoed oil, gas, and metal shipments to Japan.
The United States at that point, along with the Allies, was really focused on the economic isolation of Japan.
日本側でも考えてました。ですから、その戦争になった時に日本の弱点は資源がないということですから。
1940年にドイツがフランス、オランダを降伏させると、オランダ、フランスがアジアに持っていた植民地が空いてしまいました。
南の方に進んで石油などの資源をあらかじめ確保しようとするんですね。
The oil embargo meant that the Imperial Japanese Navy would run out of fuel within a year.
Roosevelt wasn't naive. His Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, warned against his policies and sort of put the Americans and the Japanese on a collision course.
For 3 days in August, Winston Churchill met with President Roosevelt aboard warships in Placentia Bay, Newfoundland. The Atlantic Charter is the outcome.
The Atlantic Charter is a document that kind of spells out in more detail what the four freedoms we're talking about. And it's a document that Roosevelt particularly is going to refer to again and again and again. It's the first mention that we have about the need to set up an international security organization after the war. So this is really the birth of what would become the United Nations.
The Charter was issued as a press release, not as a signed document, though Churchill would probably have signed anything to enlist American support.
He said, "No man ever sought to please his mistress as much as I sought to please Franklin Roosevelt."
On October the 18th, in a move to which few paid attention, but which foreshadowed a major development in the war, Japan appointed a new prime minister, Hideki Tojo.
東條という人はですね、当時の陸軍を非常にうまくコントロールしていました。もし戦争ではないと、東條だったら陸軍を抑えて、その陸軍がですね、その暴発することを避けることができるんじゃない。
Prince Fumimaro Konoe, the outgoing prime minister, explained his sacking. I felt the emperor was telling me, my prime minister does not understand military matters, I know much more. In short, the emperor had absorbed the view of the army and the navy high command. He had, in other words, allied himself to Tojo.
天皇はアメリカやイギリスとの戦争には反対でしたが、あまり反対すると陸軍や国民から臆病である、天皇にふさわしくないと非難される恐れがあったために。
On November 17th, Ambassador Joseph Grew warned Washington of the possibility of a sudden attack by Japan.
Both Churchill and Roosevelt understood that something was up. They could see troop movements towards the Malay Peninsula. They really expected Malaya to be attacked.
On November 26th, Secretary of State Cordell Hull proposed a non-aggression pact. On December 1st, Japan rejected the proposal. On the 6th, FDR appealed directly to the emperor. The following day, Japan attacked Pearl Harbor.
この犬飼内閣の崩壊によって戦前における日本の政党政治というのがですね、もう途絶えてしまいました。つまり国民の怒りはですね、政党政治に向いていたんですね。その経済恐慌によるその被害というのを食い止められない政党政治に対して多くの国民が怒っていた。ですから意外にですね、その暗殺した人たちに対して国民は同情的だったんです。
In the immediate aftermath of Pearl Harbor, American recruiting offices had to remain open throughout the night. On December 8th, Congress voted 470 to 1 in favor of war.
Churchill went to bed and he said he slept the sleep of the saved. He must have had great difficulty suppressing his joy at the fact that Pearl Harbor had been bombed. The United States was now in the war.
Churchill had no doubt about the effect of American power weighing in. Hitler's fate was sealed, he wrote. Mussolini's fate was sealed. As for the Japanese, they would be ground to powder. In 1941, the USA had the largest navy in the world. But her army was ranked 18th and numbered 100,000. By 1945, 100,000 had become 14.9 million Americans in uniform. When Hitler declared war on the United States, Eleanor Roosevelt wrote in her My Day column, "Now we know where we are. No one in this country will doubt the ultimate outcome." Roosevelt's birthday greeting to Churchill on January 30th, 1942 said, "It is fun to be in the same decade with you." But it was not fun for Churchill. On February 15th, in one of the great catastrophes in the history of Imperial Britain, Singapore surrendered to the Japanese.
The sound of the causeway being taken by the Japanese was said by a future Prime Minister of Singapore, who heard it then as a schoolboy, to be the sound of the collapse of the British Empire. And in a sense, that's right.
Admiral Yamamoto, Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet, said, "In the first 6 to 12 months of a war with the United States and Britain, I will run wild and win victory after victory. After that, I have no expectation of success." That too was right.
日本海軍っていうのはアメリカに対して戦うようにずっと訓練してきますけれどもしているんですけど、イギリスとアメリカが一緒になって敵になるっていうことは想定していないんです。ですからそれを天皇はよく知ってますから、イギリスとアメリカを同時に敵に回すような戦争については非常に心配しました。
最初の作戦が非常にうまくいったので喜びました。
Colonialism, empire, only seemed tolerable to its subjects if they couldn't see any alternative, if they assumed it was the natural order. Well, for the British, this went out of the window when Malaya fell to the Japanese and Burma fell to the Japanese in 1941-42.
Burma had been part of the British Empire since Churchill's father, Lord Randolph, as Secretary of State for India, had annexed it in 1886, when Winston was 12 years old. Eric Blair served as a colonial officer in Burma before returning to England, where he wrote under the name George Orwell. And as Orwell, he wrote that without the empire, Britain would be a cold and unimportant little island where we should all have to work very hard and live mainly on herring and potatoes. Churchill possibly felt the same.
He's almost heartbroken after the collapse of Singapore. He said, "We had so many men." He said they should have done better.
And he saw it as a sort of terrible failure of morale, of military strength, courage, endurance. It was a symbol, really, of the fact that the British Empire in the Far East was rotten and it could be taken by a people that Churchill had been apt to despise. He called the Japanese the wops of the Far East.
After Singapore's surrender, with the Japanese in Burma and threatening India, shoring up Indian support became a priority.
The Allies, particularly FDR, comes up with a plan to send Chiang Kai-shek and Madam Chiang to India on a mission to reach out to Indian independence leaders.
On February 18th, Chiang Kai-shek and Madam Chiang met Gandhi outside Kolkata.
They developed a very warm relationship very quickly with people while they were in India.
The warm relationship did not translate into unconditional support. When, in March, Churchill sent Sir Stafford Cripps to India to offer Dominion status after the war, he was rebuffed.
The original Quit India resolution suggested that the Indians would only offer nonviolent resistance to the Axis. Nehru did not think that went anywhere near far enough. So he offered his own version. As soon as the resolution passed, because it also called for the independence of India, all of them were put in prison.
Dwight Eisenhower had been sent to Europe at the end of April to command US troops. He arrived in London in May. He was 51. He wrote to his wife, Mamie, "What a boon peace will be to this poor old world." In the Pacific War, the decisive Battle of Midway took place in early June. And on July 2nd, Churchill faced a no-confidence motion in the House of Commons, following the fall of the crucial port of Tobruk in North Africa. The motion was defeated by a margin that reflects the level of Churchill's support as war leader, 475 to 25. In mid-August, Churchill flew to meet Stalin in Moscow, an experience that cannot be compared to flying today. Arduous, oxygen-masked, desperately uncomfortable, and dangerous.
Churchill went to Moscow first in 1942 to meet Stalin and to tell him that there would be no second front that year. He said it was like taking a block of ice to the North Pole.
Whatever our suffering, whatever our toils, we will continue hand in hand like comrades and brothers until every vestige of the Nazi regime has been beaten into the ground.
There was Churchill with his passion, with his rhetoric, with his talk. He believed that he could convince Stalin by the force of his own personality.
Stalin was absolutely vile to him. Churchill got in a terrible temper and said he was going to leave. Stalin, of course, was bugging his dacha and knew exactly what he was saying, then made overtures to him, and their final night, they both drank huge buckets of champagne, and they had a sort of rapport.
Churchill promised Stalin that they would have a second front in 1943. Stalin was going to be disappointed.
On August 23rd, barely a week after Churchill flew back to London, the German Sixth Army, the largest single formation in the Wehrmacht, reached the River Volga north of Stalingrad. On September the 2nd, Hitler ordered that when the city fell, the entire male population was to be eliminated.
Once the U.S. entered the war, Eleanor Roosevelt went to bases all over the world. She always said, "Courage can be as contagious as fear."
In September, FDR sent Mrs. Roosevelt to visit American troops in Britain. In August 1943, she would accomplish a similar mission in the Pacific.
She went to one base where German prisoners of war were allowed to watch the movies sitting down in the auditorium, but black troops were standing up. And she protested so that Eisenhower changed some of those policies.
In North Africa, the Second Battle of El Alamein opened on the night of 22nd, 23rd of October 1942, with the first significant British bombardment since the end of the First World War.
At last, we had scored a victory. It was as nothing, of course, compared to what was going on the Eastern Front. But nevertheless, Churchill ordered the bells to be rung in the churches to signal a British victory. At last.
On November the 8th, Operation Torch, the Allied invasion of French North Africa, began under the command of Dwight D. Eisenhower.
The predominance of the US was quite slow to arrive. In North Africa, for example, Montgomery was more successful than Eisenhower was. Eisenhower got a bloody nose then.
It was Roosevelt who ultimately made the final decision that they should go into North Africa. And General Marshall was totally against it. He said if you go in 1942 to North Africa, you're not going to get to France in 1943. And he actually turned out to be right.
On November the 10th, Admiral François Darlan, Vichy High Commissioner in Algiers, ordered an end to resistance to the invasion. That day, Churchill crafted some more of his enduring phrases for the Lord Mayor's luncheon in London, no doubt as painstakingly shaped as all the others.
One of his private secretaries found him in the cabinet room late at night, and he said, well, Prime Minister, what are you doing, still working? And he said, I'm just working on some of my spontaneous witticisms.
Ah, this is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end. But it is perhaps the end of the beginning.
"1943 was a year regularly punctuated by conferences, because in the 20th century, Titans did not lead their armies into battle, they sent them. The first of the year, codenamed Symbol, was held in Casablanca in January.
Churchill very much resented being the junior partner in the alliance, but was realistic enough to recognize that the country that provided the most resources would inevitably start to dictate strategy.
Casablanca Conference became really important because it promised that there would be a cross-channel attack, but not yet. And it meant that Eisenhower would assault Sicily and then climb up the Italian leg.
At Casablanca, President Roosevelt said, possibly without consulting his allies, the elimination of German, Japanese, and Italian war power means the unconditional surrender of Germany, Japan, and Italy. It could not be unsaid. There would be no armistice, no truce, no compromise, only unconditional surrender.
Hitler was utterly unfazed by his army taking heavy casualties. That didn't worry him at all. He was once given a casualty report which showed very heavy losses on the Eastern Front, and his military advisors expected him to be upset, but he just shrugged and said, that's what the young men are there for.
General Feldmarschall Friedrich von Paulus saw it differently, and a day after his promotion surrendered his command. I have no intention, von Paulus said, of shooting myself for this Bavarian corporal. Hitler called Paulus' capture an about-face on the threshold of immortality.
He was absolutely incandescent with rage. Hitler had fully expected him to commit suicide and thereby retain his honor in Hitler's eyes. He was furious that Paulus had surrendered alive.
By May the 6th, Allied forces advancing from the east, linked with the Torch invasion and General Alexander, commanding 18th Army Group, was able to signal Churchill, "We are masters of the North African shore." On May 14th, Hitler confessed that, "In Italy, we can rely only on the Duce." When, from their positions on the North African shore, the Allies launched the invasion of Sicily on July the 10th, he was proved right.
There's nothing like war for turning a populace against its leader. And the highest officials in the land decided to hold a meeting with the king present at which they would remove Mussolini. They voted 19-7 to remove him from duty. Such was his level of psychological protection, he'd created a bubble around him, that he went home, went to sleep, and he came back to the office the next morning as though nothing had happened.
On the 26th, Benito Mussolini was arrested by the Fascist Grand Council. On the 12th of July, 75% of the Red Army's armor and 40% of its manpower was committed to the Battle of Kursk. Panzer General Heinz Guderian said that for Germany, Kursk was a decisive defeat. He described the events of 1943 as the revenge of reality.
I'm sure Stalin felt that the Soviets were doing most of the fighting, most of the dying, and that the Allies were trying to minimize their losses. All of the major battles had taken place in the Soviet Union. Moscow, Stalingrad, Kursk, before D-Day. The war was more or less over by then.
In mid-August, the Quebec Conference Quadrant further developed Allied planning and was followed by Sextant, the Cairo Conference in November, attended by Roosevelt, Churchill, and Chiang Kai-shek, accompanied by his wife, Sung Mei-ling. Stalin did not attend.
Stalin didn't go to the Cairo conference. The Soviet Union was not formally at war with Japan at this point. It would have been invidious for Stalin to be there talking with Chiang about military moves against the Japanese.
Sung Mei-ling's role in the Cairo conference was instrumental in ensuring that China got a place at that table.
Churchill found Madame Chiang most remarkable and charming.
Sung Mei-ling had an important role acting as the translator and reinterpreter of Chiang Kai-shek's statements during this meeting.
Roosevelt told the Chinese leader that Churchill was his biggest headache. Britain, he said, simply does not want to see China become a power.
And Chiang wanted the world. He wanted clear air superiority and undisputed naval superiority and amphibious assault capacity, which of course was totally and completely unacceptable to Churchill.
Churchill's physician, Lord Moran, may have better understood what was going on. To the president, China means 400 million people who are going to count in the world of tomorrow. But Winston thinks only of the color of their skin, Moran wrote. It is only when he talks of India or China that you remember he is a Victorian.
On the last day of the Cairo conference, the Chinese produced a draft document which in effect asked for the return of Chinese territories that were occupied by the Japanese. That document would be the basis for the Chinese government to claim the sovereignty of Taiwan and for Korea to secure independence.
Two days after Cairo, Stalin met Roosevelt and Churchill for the Tehran Conference, the first meeting between the Big Three.
Typically, Stalin organized that the two democratic leaders would have to travel halfway around the world to appear.
Stalin is concerned with the second front. Where will it take place and when will it take place? He's been asking for this since 1941.
Stalin and the Russians were effectively fed up with promises from Churchill of jam tomorrow.
And it was at this conference that Overlord, the invasion of Europe across the Channel, was decided on.
Asked by Molotov which of the two leaders he preferred, Stalin replied, "They're both imperialists." Anthony Eden, on the other hand, admitted that if I had to pick a negotiating team, Stalin would be my first choice.
Roosevelt, I think, had an elevated sense that he could manipulate Stalin. But actually, Stalin was the shrewdest of the three of them when it came to hard-nosed diplomacy.
Tehran is interesting because it really shows the extent to which Roosevelt was willing to pushed Churchill aside.
1943 was certainly the year that Churchill lost control of strategy.
By Tehran, Churchill's British bulldog had lost both its bark and its bite. The sheer weight of the other two members of the Grand Coalition had become an inescapable truth.
Roosevelt recognized that the two emerging superpowers, if you will, that were going to come out of the Second World War were going to be the United States and the Soviet Union.
To mirror what was happening in Tehran, Prime Minister Tojo convened the Greater East Asia Conference, attended by Chiang Jin-wei, Prime Minister of Manchuria, Wang Jingwei, head of the reorganized National Government of China, Ba Maw from Burma, Subhas Chandra Bose from India, Jose Laurel from the Philippines, and Prince Won Wait-Ayakon from Thailand. Not quite a puppet show, but almost.
少しでもこのアジアの人々を日本に引きつける、そのためにですね、英米の支配、植民地支配を批判して、決して日本はそれとは違うんだっていうことを強調するのがこの大東亜会議の目的だったんです。
Designed to be a strong statement against colonialism, the proceedings were in English, the common language of the participants. An armistice signed on the 3rd of September meant that Italy, although still a battlefield, was no longer at war. Mussolini, the first titan to fall, was meanwhile being moved from one hiding place to another.
Eventually, the Germans had a commando rescue operation from a mountaintop, and they took Mussolini into German custody, and from there he was put in charge of the puppet state, the Republic of Salo.
An American fact-finding mission was meanwhile assessing a controversial leader-in-waiting, Mao Zedong.
The young U.S. diplomats, they believed that Mao was a nationalist, was agrarian, revolutionary reformers. He impressed them, and he hoped that this would continue with American aid and American support.
While Mao was promoting himself as a titan, Hitler withdrew from the public eye. His last major broadcast speech was in November 1943. His last public speech at a meeting of industrial leaders on July 4th, 1944. Hardly any applause, noted Albert Speer.
Goebbels was increasingly frustrated that Hitler wouldn't speak to the people, would not make an effort to reassure them, would not, for instance, visit cities that had been bombed to try to comfort the survivors, which might have been an effective thing to do for propaganda reasons. There's a remarkable line in Goebbels' diary later in the war where he writes, "We don't just have a leadership problem, we have a leader problem."
In January 1944, and despite losses of 4.5 million, German armed forces were at their greatest strength, with 9.5 million under arms. Except that strength and a head count are not the same thing, for these were not the best of the crop. They were not battle-hardened or experienced soldiers. In June, they faced the Second Front. On June 5th, Churchill asked his wife, "Do you realize that by the time you wake up in the morning, 20,000 may have been killed?"
Churchill certainly suffered from depression during the war years, especially after the defeats and reverses of the first 2 years. His depression and drinking led to arguments, even with his own chiefs of staff.
On the 5th, after a weather delay and acting on the assurance of his meteorologists, Eisenhower gave the go-ahead. And I hope to God I know what I'm doing, he said.
Overlord offered Hitler his last, just credible opportunity of the war to turn the tide against the Allies. He had a scenario, not a very convincing one, but just possible, whereby if he could throw the Allies back into the sea, then he could shift all his important forces, above all the Panzer divisions, back to the Eastern Front, smash the Russians, and then come and deal with the Americans, the British, at leisure.
Some of those landing in Normandy were returning home. Their leader broadcast from London. For the sons of France, Charles de Gaulle said, the simple and sacred duty is to fight the enemy by all means available. Which is not what they'd been doing. But they would conspire with de Gaulle to create an acceptable history.
There's a complicity between de Gaulle and the French people. The French people choose to behave as if they believe the Gaullist myth, and de Gaulle chooses to behave as if he believed the resistance myth.
De Gaulle's demeanor created friction and antagonism, which was to color his post-war conduct.
Roosevelt, on a sort of visceral level, dislikes de Gaulle and finds him a disagreeable person. So he provokes all these famous boutades from Winston Churchill. Churchill says he has all the stiffness of a poker without its occasional moments of warmth. He knows he's playing a game of bluff in which he has no real strength.
Less than 3 weeks after the Normandy landing, the Red Army launched its summer offensive. Operation Bagration involved on the Soviet side 1,670,000 men, 6,000 tanks and self-propelled guns, 30,000 artillery pieces, and 7,500 aircraft on a north-south front of more than 1,200 kilometers. During the 10 months from July to unconditional surrender in May 1945, more Germans would be killed than had been in the years 1939 to 44 inclusive. A month after Bagration was launched, Hitler survived the notorious bomb plot and broadcast on the radio, "In order that you should hear my voice," he said, "and so that you should know of a crime unparalleled in German history."
I think it's actually very little known how absent Hitler was from the public sphere in Germany during the Second World War. From 1941 through to December 1944, he was almost entirely in this huge set of concrete bunkers in East Prussia, known as the Wolfsschanze, or the Wolf's Lair.
Then Goebbels, stirring his audience with a call to total war, finds a way of offering hope.
The miracle weapons campaign was really quite extraordinary. Suddenly, Goebbels brought this rabbit out of a hat that we have the scientific and technological superiority which will win the war. These are going to send the Allies deranged. And of course, they were remarkable. They were the V1, the V2.
But the Germans knew they could not wait for wonder weapons and launched a desperate offensive. Operation Autumn Mist, they called it. The Allies know it as the Battle of the Bulge. Eisenhower reacted swiftly, drawing armored formations to the flank of the attack, where they blocked and frustrated the German advance.
After the Battle of the Bulge failed on the German part, the end is nigh. It's evident in his broadcast that he's in effect given up. And Germans said, "That's not mein Führer speaking."
As the infantry drew closer to German soil, Hitler withdrew completely.
Hitler's health was terrible. He was slowly being poisoned by his quack doctor, Dr. Morell, who'd created a huge enterprise on the back of Hitler. So you could buy all these Morell pills. But he was a quack.
He didn't want to be associated with defeat, with decline, with failure. And so he was extremely unwilling to make speeches.
On September 11th, US patrols crossed the German border near Aachen. The Second Quebec Conference opened the following day, and on September 23rd, FDR launched his campaign for an unprecedented fourth term.
There's no question in my mind that Roosevelt understood that he had serious health issues in 1944. Roosevelt's exhausted. He's just trying to hang on. I think his goal at that point was to get reelected so he could see the war through to its conclusion.
During October, Roosevelt campaigned in wet and chilly weather in an open car to squash rumors that he was in poor health. On November 7th, with Harry Truman as his running mate, he was elected for the fourth time. In the Asia-Pacific theater, the fatal turning point had been reached in July, with the fall of an island of only 115 square kilometers.
というのは、東条はこのサイパン島こそ日本を守るための防衛ラインの中心なんだっていうことを強調してきました。だから絶対ここは落ちないんだと、陥落しないんだということを国民にですね、豪語してたんですね。ところがこのサイパン島が陥落してしまって、その東条が国民に言ってきたことがですね、間違いだった、嘘だったっていうことになってしまって、彼は権威を失墜してしまうんですね。ですからもうやめざるを得なくなりました。
日本はもう1944年の7月のサイパン島の陥落以後はもう勝てないということは分かっていたんですけれども、
そうなると日本の防空システムは十分じゃないので、もう日本本土がですね、もう全部空襲を受けて戦争遂行能力を完全に失ってしまうんですね。
Tojo was forced to resign. Nothing else changed.
The emperor was probably the only man who might have been able to impose a peace and who did not really make any plausible attempt to do so.
The war moved towards its climax. A new world was about to be made. Those titans who would play a part were not all center stage, but they were on the move. Some of the turning points of history just happened. Volcanoes erupt. Earthquakes, floods and fires destroy cities. But most of the turning points of history do not just happen.
This was their mighty power.
They are the result of actions taken by people.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
They are the work of those who use power, ambition, belief to shape events. People are the authors of history.
It's the curious thing about history that we all understand the great currents matter. The institutions matter, geography matters, economics matters, what natural resources you have matters. But I do think there are moments in history when it really matters who's in power.
This is the story of the people who, holding or reaching for power, shaped our world. The titans of the 20th century. War, total war, is the state of the world at the start of 1945. 5 of history's great titans the President of the United States of America, the British Prime Minister, the German Führer, the Italian Duce, the Soviet Vojt seemed to be pulling the strings. By the end of the year, the war will be over. 3 of the titans will be dead, and a 4th will have been thrown out of office in a landslide election. Who will then step forward, architect of a new world?
There are moments in history when it really matters who's in power, who's holding the office. We have to hope that there are not many such moments. I mean, I think democracies can chug along on the whole fairly well without dramatic leaders. But there are times when I think in history it really does matter.
Following Operation Bagration, the Soviets did not drive for the heart of Germany, as advocated by Marshals Zhukov and Rokossovsky. They advanced instead, under the direction of Generalissimo Joseph Stalin, to gain an empire. On January 12, 1945, the Soviets attacked across the Vistula, as Guderian had predicted, but as Hitler had rejected.
The strain, the stress, his own psyche is getting to him, and he's making misjudgments. And Goebbels in his diaries, when you read them, says if only the Führer would come round to see things realistically. But he couldn't tell him that. And this is the absurdity of making the one man the absolute authority.
He's famously living in a bunker underground in Berlin, and the Soviet Red Army is closing in. He was quite willing to say, well, in this war, the German people have proven themselves the weaker, the Russian people have proven themselves stronger, so the German people can, should, and will perish.
On 21st January 1945, Hitler created a new army group, Vistula, and gave command of it to Himmler. The army group, of approximately 320,000 to oppose 3 million invaders, could boast virtually no soldiers, only Volkssturm militia, formed from those too young or too old for the Wehrmacht. So the fact that Himmler was not a soldier hardly mattered to Hitler. In February, the Titans, who knew that victory would soon be theirs, met to talk at Yalta in the Crimea.
Roosevelt went to Yalta with 3 simple goals. The first was coordinating the final destruction of Germany, if you will. The second, critically important to Roosevelt, was to secure the establishment of the United Nations. And then finally, they were desperate to make sure that Russia joined the war against Japan.
Peace, how it would be made and maintained by the United Nations, was very much on the American president's mind.
The Atlantic Charter is a document that Roosevelt particularly is going to refer to again and again and again. It was not signed at the time. He did take a copy with him to Yalta and made sure that Churchill signed it. So they had a signed copy when he got back to Washington.
It was at the Yalta Conference in early February that Stalin admitted to Churchill that the death toll from the famines associated with collectivization had totaled 10 million. He was almost certainly understating his achievement.
By the time that the Yalta Conference took place, Stalin's cloven hoof was beginning to show in Poland. He had not relieved Warsaw. His thugs were taking it out on the Poles. He was thinking in terms of extending Russian influence right into Western Europe.
The Big Three, meeting, as it turned out for the last time, agreed that unconditional surrender was the only basis for an end to hostilities, that the USSR would enter the war against Japan following peace in Europe, and lost territory in the east would be returned to the Soviet Union following Japan's defeat, in exchange for Stalin's promise of free and fair elections in Eastern Europe.
Churchill famously said to 1-8 after the Yalta conference, you know, poor old Neville Chamberlain, I think he was wrong about Hitler, but I don't think I'm wrong about Stalin.
But of course he was. Stalin's promise proved to be worthless. On the 11th of April, the US Army reached the Elbe. The following day, the US president was attending to some paperwork at Warm Springs in Georgia. He looked up, complained of a severe headache, and died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was 63 years old.
Roosevelt's death came as a tremendous shock to the American people. Roosevelt had been in power so long. For American soldiers, for example, if you were a 20-year-old American GI, he's practically the only president you'd ever known.
Churchill had said about Roosevelt, "I love that man." He afterwards said that he'd made a very bad mistake in not immediately flying across to attend Roosevelt's funeral.
This was a very strange decision by Churchill. It was almost a snub. But I guess it's further evidence of the cooling of the relationship between Roosevelt and Churchill.
Vice President Harry S. Truman was sworn in as 33rd President of the United States.
I think in a sense Roosevelt bears some responsibility for not preparing Truman. Roosevelt knew he was in ill health. Roosevelt knew that his days may be numbered. I think he probably assumed that he would have a chance to spend more time with Truman once all these issues had abated over Yalta and so forth.
I ask only to be a good and faithful servant of my Lord and my people.
Truman was Middle America personified. He never got swell-headed, according to one of his Secret Service agents. Never got, you know, swaggly.
When he came to the presidency, it was something of a shock for him. Roosevelt had kept him out of so much. He hadn't been told about the atom bomb, for instance. He hadn't been invited or told about any of the wartime conferences. His remark to reporters about it was like being hit by a bale of hay and, you know, he was seeing stars.
Less than a fortnight after his inauguration, Truman delivered a radio address that initiated the San Francisco Conference, charged with creating the United Nations Charter. And he appointed his predecessor's widow to that conference.
Eleanor Roosevelt's presence at the first meetings of the United Nations is really very powerful. And then she's put on a committee that was not supposed to have much influence about anything, but it becomes the committee that drafts the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And this vision is for Eleanor Roosevelt the Magna Carta of the world.
Man must have freedom, which to develop his full stature, and through common effort to raise the level of human dignity.
On April 28th, the last Nazi fanatics were making a final stand close to the Reich Chancellery. And Adolf Hitler was getting married.
Every day Hitler held these military talks as to movements. There aren't any troops left, there are no armies, they're ghosts. But nobody would say, Mein Führer, you've got, you know, be real, please. Nobody says it. It's an extraordinary piece of submission of the will to the one man's will.
Goering slipped away south and signaled Hitler that since the Führer was trapped in Berlin, perhaps the Reichsmarschall should take control of the German state.
Hitler thought that Goering had tried to stage a coup and replace him as Führer and Chancellor. He actually ordered Göring's arrest and execution, which by that time he had no means to really effectively carry that out.
It was also discovered that Heinrich Himmler had been attempting to arrange an armistice through Swiss intermediaries. Hitler ordered both men stripped of their rank and arrested. The next day, April 29, 1945, Adolf Hitler dictated his final testament and issued his final order.
Right at the very end, when Hitler's in the bunker and the Red Army is closing in on him, he actually said, in effect, "My problem was that I was too nice. I should have been more like Stalin. There's a real dictator."
The same day, to forestall a communist takeover of northern Italy, Soviet occupation of Austria, and Yugoslav partisan occupation of Trieste, Obergruppenführer und General der Waffen-SS Karl Wolff approached the Allies in defiance of Berlin's orders to fight to the last. An instrument of surrender of German forces in Italy was signed on the 29th, the day after Mussolini met his fate.
Mussolini was captured by partisans, and they were taken to a piazza in Milan, Piazza Loreto, and strung up to allow everyone to see that they were dead. After 20 years of dictatorship, 20 years of a propaganda machine saying that the dictator is almost godlike. So a vast number of people came to the square to see with their own eyes that he was mortal.
On April 30th, Hitler and his new bride bit down on cyanide capsules, at which point Hitler, to be certain, shot himself.
Hitler didn't take his own life until the Soviet army was literally a few feet from his bunker.
Following the Führer's instructions, the bodies were doused in petrol and incinerated.
What he was anxious to do was avoid the fate of Benito Mussolini, which is to be strung up from the lampposts.
Hours later, Goebbels followed his leader. An hour before Hitler's suicide, soldiers of Zhukov's Third Army had planted a red banner atop the Reichstag.
Zhukov telephones Stalin to inform him of Hitler's death. And Stalin replies, "So that's the end of the bastard. Too bad we couldn't take him alive."
Rumors of Hitler's survival swirled around for years, but only because the Soviets withheld the definitive evidence of his death until after the fall of their empire.
There is a Soviet investigation launched, Operation Myth. Underlying this is a suspicion that maybe Hitler isn't dead, but ultimately the investigation will confirm that he was dead. And the evidence for this is Hitler's jawbone and teeth, as well as Eva Braun, were discovered in the Reichschancellery.
On May 7th, Germany officially surrendered to the Allies, and Eisenhower dictated a message to the chiefs of the combined staff, which simply said, "The mission of the Allied forces was fulfilled at 0241 hours local time, 7 May 1945.
To every subordinate that has been in this command of almost 5 million allies, I owe a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid. The only repayment that can be made to them is a deep appreciation and lasting gratitude of all free citizens of all the United Nations."
With the Axis powers defeated, the full weight of the Allies could be thrown against Japan. On January 21st, 1945, Japanese Prime Minister Koiso had admitted in the Diet that the military developments in the Pacific Theatre are in a state which does not necessarily admit of optimism. 1 month later, on February 19th, American forces landed on an island of about 30 square kilometers, whose name translates as Sulphur Island, Iwo Jima.
It was almost certainly a terrible mistake that the Marines ever landed at Iwo Jima. The Americans didn't really need that island. And they'd already seen in other island battles how incredibly ferociously the Japanese could and did defend fixed positions.
By March 26th, when the battle ended, Iwo Jima had cost America 6,800 dead. All that remained of the Japanese garrison of 21,000 were 54 prisoners, and 2 of them committed suicide.
One of the most baffling issues of the war for a Westerner is to see why the Japanese should have gone on fighting when it was perfectly obvious that the gig was up. Part of the answer, of course, is that their military caste would not accept defeat, and they chose to fight to the bitter end, inflicting ghastly suffering upon their own people. And they deserve to face their shame for the rest of history.
結局でも大臣たちとか軍の首脳は自分からどうしても戦争をやめるとは言えない。天皇絶対の国なので、天皇に頭を下げさせるようなことを自分たちからどうしても言えない。
日本の海上交通路はアメリカの飛行機や潜水艦によって完全に切断されてしまいました。そのため日本が戦争するのに必要ないろんな物資や食料は日本国内には入ってこなくなりました。
And on June 6th, with rumors of peace feelers swirling, the Japanese Supreme Command released a document. It stated, "With a faith born of eternal loyalty as our inspiration, we shall prosecute the war to the bitter end in order to uphold our kokotai." The word roughly translates as national essence. Protect the imperial land and achieve our goals of conquest. If nothing else, the Supreme Command was prepared to come clean about the intentions behind the co-prosperity sphere. Conquest. Whilst Japan fought on, Titans defined the terms of her surrender. The war's long catalogue of conferences that had started at Placentia Bay in August 1941 concluded at Potsdam almost 4 years later. Harry S. Truman, totally unschooled in international diplomacy, speaks for America.
He was a neophyte in international affairs, and there he was dealing directly with Stalin.
I think Truman actually did an extremely good job, given the fact that he was so totally inexperienced. He didn't have the faintest idea what was going on. He didn't even know about the atom bomb.
Winston Churchill, who had been in Potsdam at the opening of the conference, is replaced after a devastating general election defeat.
The British people hadn't voted since 1935, so they had no opportunity to register their opinion on any aspects of the war from Munich onwards, basically.
What the British population wanted was a reward for the sacrifices they'd made, no return to the frightful conditions of the Depression, and they wanted the full welfare state.
Labour went from 165 seats to 390. Churchill's Conservatives dropped from 361 to 195. Amongst other changes, the election more than doubled the number of women in Parliament, almost all of them Labour.
personally, he was immensely popular, but his party was not. His wife Clementine said that perhaps it was a blessing in disguise, to which he replied that it was certainly very effectively disguised.
New faces then. No longer the urbane American blue blood and British bon vivant son of nobility, titans in an obvious sense. They had been replaced by a president who was the embodiment of Middle America and a prime minister who stood for decency and family and fairness and a nice cup of tea. Stalin did not know how to trust such men, and such men did not know how to assess this Soviet leader they knew to be a mass murderer.
Famously Molotov, who visited Truman quite soon after he'd become president, he spoke very forthrightly to Molotov. And Molotov said, "I've never been spoken to like that." And Truman says, "Well, if you behave better, you won't be spoken like that again."
Since he had become president, tens of thousands of Americans had been killed and wounded in the Pacific, and General Marshall told him that 250,000 more would be killed if they were forced to invade the home islands.
フィリピンの決戦で日本が敗れた後、日本軍の関心は本土決戦、日本本土で最後の戦いをするんだっていう、そういう方向へ日本軍が進んでいきます。そのためには準備する時間が必要ですね。ですから硫黄島や沖縄でなるべく時間を稼いで本土決戦のための準備をするというのが日本側の考え方でした。
On July 24th, Truman gave permission for the new weapon to be used as soon as possible, following a warning to the Japanese government.
We have no desire or intention to destroy or enslave the Japanese people, but only surrender can prevent the kind of ruin which they have seen come to Germany as a result of continued useless resistance.
The course of war brutalizes people terribly. All sorts of things which would have seemed terrible in 1939 no longer seem so terrible by 1945. The scientists understood that this was something completely new in the history of mankind. But in the eyes of those generals and their political leaders who had never seen an atomic bomb drop, this was simply another weapon.
The warning was in the Potsdam Declaration, and Hiroshima was the target 4 days after the leaders went home.
ポツダム宣言をめぐって日本の軍や政府は降伏するかしないかをめぐって完全に2つに分かれました。そこで初めて天皇が降伏和平への意思を示したことによって和平への道が開かれました。
I don't at all buy the idea that the Japanese were ready to surrender before the bomb was dropped. The Japanese were prepared to negotiate, but they weren't prepared to accept any sort of terms that the Allies were going to find acceptable.
The Japanese began the war from the air at Pearl Harbor. They have been repaid many-fold. The force from which the sun draws its power has been loosed against those who brought war to the Far East.
The first bomb fell on the 6th of August, the second on the 9th.
At that point, the Americans still did expect a long and very, very bloody fight. So the atom bomb was the way of avoiding that. Truman said he never lost a moment's sleep over having decided that. Both Truman and Stalin, certainly, were both people who didn't have much time for hindsight.
The day after Hiroshima, Soviet forces invaded Manchuria and took 674,000 Japanese prisoners. Half of them survived their captivity.
Most of the equipments were there intact, and the Soviet Red Army in control of Manchuria essentially told Chinese communists, get your people up here before the Kuomintang. So Mao sent 100,000 men and marched as quickly as they could into Manchuria to capture Japanese weapons and hardware.
This strengthening of Mao's forces would be critical when it contested China's future with Chiang Kai-shek's forces.
The defeat of Japan simply saw the resurgence of the war with the communists. And the communists were in a far better position than they had been at any other point to fight Chiang Kai-shek.
原子爆弾とソビエト連邦の参戦が日本に降伏を決断させる決定的な力となりました。
At noon, on the 15th, the Japanese people bowed their heads and listened to the voice of their emperor.
天皇の声をラジオで放送すると、ラジオを聞いている人がどんな姿勢や状況で聞いているか分からなくて、無礼に当たる可能性があるということで、政府がラジオで天皇の声を放送することを禁止していたんです。
The people of Japan stood in silence.
局を収集せんとほし、ここに終了なる汝臣民に次ぐ。
だけど国民の大半はその放送のことを信用しました。だけど考えてみると誰も天皇の声聞いたことないのにどうして信用できたのかって不思議ですけれども、それでもですね、残念だけれどもやっぱり戦争は負けたんだっていうことをですね、多くの日本人はそれで納得するわけですね。
秦は帝国政府をして米英四蘇四国に対しその共同宣言を受諾する旨。
Shortly after dawn on August 28th, 45 US C-47 transports touched down at Atsugi Air Base. When Colonel Charles Tench of Douglas MacArthur's staff stepped onto the tarmac, he became the first conqueror ever to set foot on Japanese soil.
Let us pray that peace be now restored to the world, and that God will preserve it always. These proceedings are closed.
The greatest war in history. The war that had started in Asia in 1937 ended in Asia in 1945. In 1919, there had been a chance to make an enduring peace. Peace had lasted for 20 years. Now the chance had come again, and the story of why peace had failed weighed heavily.
In 1919, they were thinking of war as an accident. When the UN's created, they're thinking of wars deliberately created by wicked men. So that feeds into the UN system when they're going to have a stronger, tougher organization.
We who are here are able to meet together because thousands of brave men and women have suffered and died that we may live.
The challenges facing the peacemakers, the Titans, were immense. The war may have ended, but peace brought with it a terrible humanitarian crisis. Tens of millions had been killed, millions of prisoners, refugees, economies devastated, cities ruined. The United States Congress, that had turned its back on internationalism in 1919, endorsed the Marshall Plan, the World Bank, and the United Nations. And the new year of 1946 dawned on a world, if not entirely at peace, no longer totally at war.
President Truman in December 1945 sent George Marshall, who was a distinguished soldier and statesman who tried to mediate a coalition government to bring the nationalists and the communists together. But this was a failed mission, as we all know.
Both Mao and Chiang Kai-shek were intent on becoming masters of China, and they weren't going to enter into any long-term coalition.
Both Chiang Kai-shek and Mao Zedong were using the peace talks and the negotiations that were brokered by the Americans as a way of biding time and building up their troops. But probably the Americans were not quite clued into just how deep the hatred between these two groups went.
China's suffering would continue for 3 more years. Would the challenges be more effectively met elsewhere? In 1946, Winston Churchill made the speech in Fulton, Missouri, that would label, if not define, the post-war world.
Churchill, in an early telegram to Truman in May 1945, made a reference to an iron curtain having descended upon Eastern Europe, behind which no one knew what was happening. And that analogy was carried forward in his speech in 1946.
From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an iron curtain has descended across the continent.
The Iron Curtain's come down, and behind it there is this menace, and what we've got to have is solid Anglo-American unity.
Most embraced Churchill's sentiments, and they came to define the divide in geopolitics. Joseph Stalin said it was a call to war against the Soviet Union.
By 1947, it had been decided by the Secretary of State, George Marshall, by President Harry Truman, that the single most hostile country towards the United States was the Soviet Union.
Stalin, alone of the big three, continued to rule unchallenged until his death in 1953. And though his mental state towards the end is subject to conjecture, his authority is not.
Stalin did have some personality problem. Probably anybody who had been put into that position for 30 years would have ended up with some craziness.
3 years after Stalin's death, Nikita Khrushchev tore him down at the 20th Party Conference.
It was Khrushchev and the other Stalinists of the post-Stalin period were trying to partly excuse themselves by putting all the blame on Stalin and by projecting the Stalin of the very late period as though that was what was happening all the way along.
In his speech on the cult of personality and its consequences, he said that Stalin practiced brutal violence not only toward everything which opposed him, but also toward that which seemed, to his capricious and despotic character, contrary to his concepts.
That is one of, I think, the main problems in most accounts of Stalin, that there tends to be this lack of realization that Stalin's nature changed over time.
In 1961, Stalin's embalmed body was removed from display and interred in the Kremlin wall. In mid-March 1946, British Prime Minister Clement Attlee promised India independence as soon as a constitution had been agreed. On May 9th, Jawaharlal Nehru was elected leader of the Congress Party.
Nehru believed in something he called one world, a world that moved beyond racism and imperialism and that strove for greater unity and ultimately for a form of world federation.
In August, fighting between Hindu and Muslim in Kolkata left 3,000 dead.
The violence was particularly bad in Calcutta. Calcutta is a city in the northeast in the state of Bengal. And Bengal was going to be partitioned. One part of Bengal was going to become Pakistan, and one part of it was going to become India.
In 1947, the Partition of India was formalized. Pakistan celebrated its independence on July 14th, India the following day. The Raj departed India and was installed in the theatre of imperial memory. Nehru took office as India's first Prime Minister. He would hold the post until his death in 1964.
I'm not sure that Nehru ultimately saw the partition as an endgame. In the immediate sense of the day-to-day, he was enormously pragmatic and had to deal with the consequences of partition, which led to terrible violence and hostile relations with Pakistan initially.
And Muhammad Ali Jinnah became the first Governor-General of Pakistan.
In a sense, you can see Jinnah as a deeply tragic figure. He was really a liberal for most of his life. He was a believer in liberal politics and liberal rights. He was someone who wanted to protect the rights of the minorities in India, particularly the Muslim minorities. And so, in many ways, Jinnah shared much more in his liberal sensibility with a figure like Nehru.
On September 13th, Nehru suggested the exchange of 4 million people between the two countries. Hindus relocating to India and Muslims to Pakistan. Towards the end of December, that mass migration occurred, and 400,000 are estimated to have been slaughtered as they moved. In January 1948, Mahatma Gandhi, 78 years old, began his fast to the death in an attempt to end the sectarian violence on the subcontinent that had claimed as many as 2 million lives.
He believed that something in that act, done willingly, fearlessly, would connect with other humans, force them to confront the poor choices they were making, and would connect with the better angels of their being. In this particular example, at least, he was absolutely right.
2 weeks after announcing his fast, he was assassinated by a Hindu extremist in New Delhi. In his statement before the court, the assassin, Natharam Vinayok Godse, said that Gandhi has failed in his duty. He has proved to be the father of Pakistan. Godse was hanged in 1949.
The resolution of the Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
In Palestine, from which British troops finally withdrew late in 1947, full-scale war erupted in April of '48. Following the declaration of independence on May 14th, David Ben-Gurion became Israel's first prime minister.
Ben-Gurion, given the violence which there'd been in Palestine during the years before the creation of the State of Israel, realized that this kind of violence was going to continue.
On the 15th, forces from 4 Arab states invaded Israel, which threw back the invaders.
He was by nature a pretty feisty, combative person, and he saw that Israel would have to fight for its existence. He was the kind of determined leader who was certainly required at that time for the creation of the new state.
In November, the military tribunal in Tokyo sentenced Hideki Tojo and 6 others to death for war crimes. They were executed on December 23rd. But the emperor remained on his throne, promoted under the regency of General Douglas MacArthur as a benign figurehead.
マッカーサーはその占領政策に天皇を協力させました。ですからマッカーサーとしては天皇を戦犯にするんじゃなくて、協力者として、やはり扱ったんですね。ですからそのためには戦争をやったのは軍人たちであって、積極的にマッカーサーの占領政策に協力したんですね。
The Japanese people, since the war, have undergone the greatest reformation recorded in modern history.
天皇は自分は軍に騙されていたと主張しました。自分は戦争に口出しする権限というのは憲法の定めにより持たされていなかったんだと主張しました。そのことによって外国や日本国内からの非難をかわそうとしました。そして天皇の立ち位置は戦前の支配者から戦後には象徴へと変わっていきました。
Hirohito, the Emperor Showa, ruled until his death in 1989. In February 49, communist forces, gradually gaining the ascendancy in the Chinese Civil War, entered Beijing. In April, they would enter Nanjing. By September, the design for a flag for the People's Republic would be approved. And on October 1st, Mao Zedong stood in Tiananmen Square and proclaimed the People's Republic.
You've started in 21 with 12 members of the Communist Party, and now you have this mass political and ideological and cultural movement that really has repudiated most of the major elements of China's past and most of the major elements of the modern world. So it's not nothing to sit atop this improbable victory.
Russia will never know one day of peace in China. Russia will never own China. Our forces will fight on.
Chiang is feeling in 1949 pretty isolated on the island of Taiwan. His American allies have turned out not to be as supportive as he might have hoped. The planning for the post-war world from the State Department very much put the emphasis on rebuilding Japan and more or less wrote off China.
Chiang Kai-shek in his diary would be writing about what would be next. And if his diaries were to be believed, then his intention would be that he would not contemplate a life as an exile. But that, of course, never come to pass.
Mao died in 1976. 2 years later, his successors began opening China's economy and creating the modern state that he would not recognize. His importance is stressed. Mao Zedong thought is quoted, and his face is everywhere. But his China is not, and Mao's legacy of millions killed is not discussed. After the war, Spain, became an important ally of the Western democracies. And Francisco Franco continued there, still atop the heap, until his death in 1975.
Franco was a Gallego, and it's always said that the Gallegos are inscrutable. The joke is, if you meet a Gallego on the stairs, it's impossible to tell whether he's going up or coming down. No matter what Franco did, there were always a number of contradictory motives. So if one thing didn't work, there was something there in place.
On September 23, 1949, President Harry S. Truman announced that the Soviet Union had tested an atomic bomb and the world entered the era of mutually assured destruction. Titans had steered their countries through the ordeal of war. Titans of a sort would emerge in the second half of the century. But there would not be another Hitler or Churchill or Franklin D. Roosevelt or Joseph Stalin. Once in a century, perhaps.
It was a world of charismatics, a world which had gone mad, led by these larger-than-life epic figures, heroic figures for a heroic time.
The Titans in Greek mythology were larger than life. Gods who ruled the Golden Age. One poem about them survives from ancient times. Theogony by Hesiod. The Titans strengthened their ranks eagerly, and both sides were revealing the works of forceful hands, and the boundless sea resounded dreadfully, and the earth screamed loudly. How could one man, even a Titan, make the earth scream loudly?
There is the Whig theory of history, which is deterministic, the inevitable triumph of liberalism. There are economic theories of history, such as Marxism, the inevitable triumph of the proletariat. And these are antithetical to the great man theory of history, or indeed great woman, where some kind of superhero climbs onto the stage of history and commands the destiny of nations. That is exactly what happened.